Morning, everybody. Welcome to our second day of deliberations. I'm going to ask Councillor O'Brien to start the meeting with his karakia. Welcome to members of the public. I think we've got one. Koto, greetings, councillors, exec and support staff. I'm just going to run through the meeting notices. Nā mai, haere mai. I extend warm welcome, warm greetings and welcome to all those who have joined us today in the public gallery. We've got to kick off with a few usual health and safety notices. So in case of an emergency, please follow the building wardens or make your way to the nearest exit. The meeting point is located across the road at Peace Park or Mitchell Park, that way. Bathroom facilities are located opposite the chamber foyer entrance and the entrance off Margaret Mahi Court. I'd also like to explain about a recently added feature to our meetings. Octavian District Council is now live streaming our council and standing committee meetings held in our Totara room within the council building. The webcast will live stream directly to council's website and YouTube channel in real time. The purpose of the streaming our meetings is to provide greater access to council debate, decision making and to encourage transparency. For those members of the public here today, all care will be taken to maintain your privacy. However, by remaining in the public gallery, it is understood your consent has been given if your presence is inadvertently broadcast. Please be aware the overhead microphones in this room are very sensitive, so please remain quiet throughout the meeting. Conversations from anywhere in the room can be picked up and audible on live stream. Again, I welcome you all and appreciate the interest you have in our discussions today as we give consideration to the feedback the Council received in through its LTP consultation process. I remind people this is a formal Council meeting and will be conducted with decorum, professionalism and civility. I am sure members of the gallery and speakers will respect councillors, staff and each other. We're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. We are going to circle back first of all to the climate change section because there was some unfinished business there. So that is on pages 138 to 136 of the agenda, and we've just been handed this, which comes from the deliberation of the climate change steering group. Steve and Ashley, I believe, are just going to make some comments before we get into it. Thank you.
Yep, so just picking up where we left off yesterday, the steering group was meeting yesterday afternoon to prepare their recommendation, and we pushed pause on the climate change discussion, and we were going to come back to it this morning once we had that recommendation. Cashy's thank you very much, Cashy. She's printed it out and just circulated a copy to everybody. We know you haven't had a chance to read it, but Cashy's just going to talk through it and cover off some of the conversation last night with the steering group members, and then we can pick up on the deliberations on the climate change group. So I'll hand it over to Cashy. Thanks, Cashy.
Mayor, councillors. As Steve just said, the meeting was held by the Climate Change Steering Group just yesterday afternoon, so apologies that you haven't had a lot of time to read this information. Because of that, I'll probably talk you through it in a little bit more detail than I might otherwise have done. But just to say that the steering group were really pleased to have the opportunity to provide this feedback to you as part of your deliberations. They appreciate that while they're busy helping to develop the climate change strategy, that there's implications for your long-term planning, so they wanted to provide this recommendation through for you. On the front page of the document I've handed out, you'll see there's 12 specific recommendations that the steering group have provided to you. These come directly in response to the submissions that were received from the DNC strategy. The first two items are bold. They're probably items that aren't included within the current draft long-term plan. So if council wants to pick up on these recommendations and accept them, then there would probably be some financial implication for those first two. The rest, 3 down to 12, are probably recommendations that could be absorbed within the current draft LTP budget. So that's just hopefully to provide you with a little bit of context there. But just to probably touch on the general sentiment of the discussion from the steering group. Firstly, they were really cognizant of the issue of affordability for our community at the moment. So they didn't make recommendations for work lightly. They were very aware of the competing priorities that council was trying to juggle, and they really they took that into account. But on the other hand, they also were adamant that actually action in this space is really critical, and that the longer we take, the more we delay, the more expensive it's actually going to come for our community. So I guess that's a balance that you obviously know well, but trying to balance sort of urgency and need for action, increase resilience, and then obviously balancing that action with what the community can afford. So that's reflected in these recommendations that you can see. The other thing, and to try and help prioritise work in regards to that affordability issue, they really try to focus on what is most critical that council would be involved in, as opposed to the wider community as part of a wider community strategy. And so on the second page there, the 3 things that they really identified were supporting education, so that people know how to act, why to act, when to act, really help give people the information so that they know what to do to enable our community to take action. The second thing was really around building awareness, so making sure that the community know about the issue and have that understanding to be able to act, making it part of the conversation, and just generally sharing. There's a lot of work being done, so sort of sharing awareness of what's already happening and how people can tie it. And then that third point came across really strongly is that they were looking to council to show leadership. It's something that council sort of talked about from the beginning of the climate change strategy anyway. But that desire for council to really show leadership in things like, as you'll see, recommendation on the first page, council having EV, transition of EV to fleet and solar panels on council buildings, for example. So those are sorts of things that they saw where council could show a lot of leadership, and really making sure that climate change is embedded into the organisations that's really strongly considered through all council decision making. There is, for each of the kind of main points that were raised by the community in terms of LTP kind of related recommendations, there is the recommendation provided by the reasons for each of those recommendations. If you'd like to mull over that, and potentially whilst hopefully you can take this into account and consideration as part of your decision making, the steering group, like I said, can realise that you have a lot of competing demands on you. Happy for you to take this on board and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jackie. Could you elaborate on the community contestable fund, how that actually would work?
Yeah, so one of the submissions received was from Trust Horizon, who actually offered to put some funding forwards to be matched by council. So I believe that's currently in the second year of your draft LTP budget, and there could be potential to actually get other funders to come in with the fund as well to grow the fund. But the idea of it would be that it would be contestable, so community would put in applications for money from the fund, and it would be most likely directed towards delivering on the climate change actions that have been identified. So as a community strategy, there's a lot of community action in the document, and so it's really about helping the community to deliver and enabling the community to take action rather than the council to deliver. So it's a bit of funding to support community groups.
Have we got a good idea of what the government, I mean, you mentioned the Waste Minimisation Fund here. There are other government funds. Council could help by trying to tap into some of that funding. And we do have some, it's not like we haven't done anything in the space, we are quite active. We do have some educational stuff going on, and we've got our climate emissions monitoring, which is ongoing, and that's not coming to a halt. So we already have some internal resource, and by way of people, I mean yourself, for example. So I'm just wondering how much more we need to expand. But we could do a better job of tapping into community resources and government funding, I think.
Yeah, I think the steering group in particular were cognizant when they looked through all the different things that were being asked of council to deliver. There was quite a lot of things in there which required sort of setting stuff up and getting things up and running. And so it's obviously a balance between just expecting or hoping that existing resource will be able to just take on and do more versus actually, I guess, that balance of
Do we have a good idea of what the current government funding landscape looks like, given that we just changed administration over? And are they going to continue? Is this, what's the status in that? Do we have an idea?
I mean, there's definitely funding that's been withdrawn from, and there's still changes that are being made at central government level. So it is an evolving environment. Keeping an eye on. There was quite a lot of work was done as part of developing the strategy to try and understand that political environment that we're operating in. But it is tricky in that things are changing constantly.
I can give an example of that. There was a fund set up through PICA for transitioning away from fossil fuels in terms of energy and facilities, and we did the initial groundwork to prepare an application for that fund. It was going to be a matching fund, but it was taken off the table. So that's the kind of thing that we're seeing happening at the moment.
Councillor Puller and then Councillor Pinchos.
Actually, a couple of questions, if I may. Education's a big thing, of course. And so have you considered, for our communities, the question, what's in it for me? And how to buy in, because it seems to be, what benefit is it for us? Would be helpful, I think. And then the second question is, are EV vehicles a real solution?
To answer your first question, Councillor, the steering group definitely talked about needing to educate people on the why, so that people understand why they would take action, what the purpose, like you say, what's in it for them, why would they bother. So that did come through from yesterday as part of our education piece. If people don't know the why, then they're less likely to act. So that was definitely a key component of what they felt should be communicated. In terms of electric vehicles, it's obviously, again, an ever-evolving space in terms of the technology and also central government funding and things. But I think, it's definitely evolving to a point where the sentiment from the steering group last night was that it should be a no-brainer. So that was their perspective. I think the general consensus was that hydrogen is not the way to go, and whilst there's been a lot of years of investment into hydrogen, it doesn't seem to be something that is mainstream and available, whereas electric vehicles are a very viable option in New Zealand at this stage. So, overall benefits, the EVs are definitely coming out on top at this stage.
For lightweight domestic, but for heavy industry, hydrogen does seem to have some momentum.
Councillor Pinchos.
Thank you. Thanks, Cashy. Great to have this in front of us, so I really appreciate that and the work that the steering group's been doing. That's great. A couple of questions on the third page. One is around resourcing. There's a point here about resourcing council action and embedding climate change into council decision making. it talks about systems to enable all staff to consider their work through a climate change lens. This is something we've spent quite a bit of time on, and you yourself have spent a lot of time on this question. Where do you think we need to be moving to do that more effectively?
So I suppose for a start, these comments came through because there were a number of different submissions where people talked about you should, for this or for that, you should be thinking about climate change. So I guess trying to answer initially from a steering group perspective, their concern was, I think, for example, the impact of climate change on the War Memorial Hall project in terms of what changing climate might mean for sport was a good example of how the community were asking to ensure that when decisions are being made that we're thinking about it. I suppose from a more personal perspective, I think it's really about ensuring from the early stages of all projects that it's a consideration in the beginning as opposed to maybe once it kind of gets to the end point and is then so I think we've thought over the years about how it's included within council agenda templates, for example. There's a lot of value in that, but it's just it's about embedding it across the organisation. One of the ideas that came up from the steering group, for example, was to include it in KPIs for staff. So there would be a lot of additional places where it could be considered, and it's probably the resource required to do that thinking that they were cognizant of in making those recommendations that would require somebody to actually do that work.
So somebody can actually spend some time really looking at how do we, what are the practical mechanisms we use to do it.
And to do it effectively, and it's, I guess, about culture was one of the words that they used, how you would make it part of the culture.
Can I comment on that? Because currently I'm the manager of the team that delivers the climate change resourcing and the policy advice in council. And I think this is an example of where a recommendation actually really supports the decision or the interim decision that you made in your draft budget to resource this portfolio at a more senior level in the organisation. So in your draft budget, you had FTE for a manager of climate change and resilience that would then report into David Bewley. And that for me feels like a really great approach because it's not just about having kind of bodies on the ground to carry out the kind of administration of getting it into the reporting frameworks. It's actually the advocacy that happens at that senior leadership level within the organisation.
Thank you, that's really helpful. One other question, if I may, which is around the one above, just about action with the agriculture sector. And that's something we've talked about before, and it's a challenge, I think, for our council to be able to work with the agriculture sector, acknowledging that it's really important because it's such a significant part of our district's emission profile and our national emission profile. But I guess because the steering group involves some agricultural people, so is that kind of leverage to help us to make those connections a bit more effective?
Yes, what I'd say in terms of, again, the conversation last night, what was quite positive was that the steering group discussed how much is actually happening within the agriculture sector. And so I asked the specific question of what could council do? Like, how can council support this? What would you need from council to help? And it wasn't, I mean, there's a lot happening and a lot of funding into the research. There's requirements being put on the industry, so sort of, I guess there's a kind of a stick already there. So the sentiment was really, it came back to, and probably quite influenced some of those key recommendations around that awareness. So kind of continuing just to have the conversation was important, and to have opportunities to demonstrate what good looks like so that people can copy. As opposed to getting more involved. It was sort of, there's a lot happening, kind of let us do our thing, but actually the way you could support that would be probably through a bit of education and comms side of things.
Be a bit of a cheerleader.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe demonstrate, have some opportunities to demonstrate where some really good examples are happening within our district. But yeah, there's a lot happening on a national scale as well, which our local community are tying into in the sector.
Cool.
Councillor Dennis, Councillor James, and then Councillor Dukes.
I'll pass at this stage, thank you.
Just to follow on from that conversation then, because I see you've got down, we're looking at an extra 1 FTE. As council, by getting involved in the agricultural sector and that, are we sort of implying that they're not pulling their weight? Because I mean, agricultural sector's got their own scientists and that are way above the level that we work at. So why are we really trying to get involved?
Yeah, sorry, I probably didn't make myself very clear. I think in terms of the agriculture sector, the message was you can maybe help us with a bit of sharing of information, but yeah, you don't need to get involved in any of that stuff. We are, as a sector, are doing masses in that work, and council trying to contribute would be a small drop in a big ocean, and not the most effective use of resource. I think in terms of, and for clarity, the actual ask that's come through is in relation to not the agricultural request, it was the general sort of sentiment that came through submissions that council needed to make sure it was properly resourced to ensure, I think the two things were really, it's well embedded within this organisation in terms of what the organisation does, and also supporting in that sort of delivery and out into the community to enable the community in general to take action. But the request that they've put through is sort of a resource over the first 2 years, which they sort of saw as kind of being not necessarily an FTE, and potentially only from like for a half year to half year. So kind of a January to December was what they talked about as their idea. So it would be kind of half in the first financial year, half in the second financial year, and not as an ongoing commitment, but just to really help get things up and running.
Just to respond, I mean, from what you've just said then, are you looking at maybe putting in half of the FTE just purely because a lot of the public don't actually understand, there's a perception there that we're trying to correct a perception that doesn't actually need correcting? Because I would say not only the agricultural sector and that, I would say there's a lot of industries, transport industry and that, I mean, they're all looking at climate change and that as well and how they can improve. So to me, I don't know, I feel that let the industries do their work. Because they've got the biggest gain. Why are we getting involved in it?
Yeah, and I think that was the sentiment around under the section on building awareness. They definitely talked about there's a lot of stuff happening, there's a lot of conversation. There's definitely a component of council doesn't need to get in the way of stuff that's already happening and doesn't want to duplicate, and that's why they really tried to hone in on, well, where could council add some value, and then so this was their recommendation, where they thought actually that would be a space that would be really beneficial for council to operate in. Hence, I guess the show leadership was all about that. This is a kind of an area, a playing field that council could operate in. And the building awareness and education is probably as much for community groups, whānau, as opposed to industry sectors. Having said that, because we have got good Chamber of Commerce representation on our steering group as well, and there was definitely thought that for a lot of our really small businesses in town, which make up a lot of our local business, that actually they haven't got the expertise and the resource to look into what they could be doing. So whilst they might have a desire to act, they actually don't really know kind of what the best action is. I mean, for example, I think that the question about EVs, I think, is a really good example where should we be going EVs, should we be going hydrogen, kind of what do we do? So I think it was really about the opportunity to share and help with some of that information. And the Chamber, for example, were really keen for us to work with them to run some workshops as an example.
Yes.
Councillor Dukes.
Thank you. Just great work so far. So that's also. And now I'm really sorry if I missed it, trying to read things and everything in early morning. But your recommendation 2, including a budget, how much were we requesting? Because we can't approve anything without knowing what you're actually asking for.
Yeah. So I suppose just to start, to be clear, this was just what the steering group thought you should be investing in as opposed to them having that information. But
So just to put context to it, outside of our fleet, in our fleet structure, outside of our utes and trucks, we have essentially 20 odd vehicles. Only 2 of those are still petrol. The majority of them are hybrid, and we'll need to transition those as we go forward and think about how we do it. We believe we already have the budget to do that, to transition those, because we think the market's going to continue to move. If you recall, when we brought through the original submissions, we were requesting investment, particularly in the ute space. The ute market is obviously only just developing, and I think we're still not aware of what the difference between the current petrol pricing or historic petrol vehicle pricing versus future low emissions will be. So the direction that you gave us was to take that additional investment over that we thought might be needed to turn into electric out, but to come back when we had a better understanding through the annual plan structure of what the future value or cost might be in terms of difference. So we have budget to replace the vehicles. What I don't know is how much we might need additionally between, and the reality is we won't be able to buy petrol vehicles, utes going forward. So we're going to have to adjust that at some point.
Okay, so we've got electric vehicles in budget, but the recommendations for increasing resilience and including solar. So I just wanting to know what it is being asked for us to be including.
I might just, if we could, by all means, Mr. Chair, just a point of, I think the lines are just getting a little bit blurred, so I was just going to clarify. Currently, we have BAU of one resource who...
You're asking for one additional, yes.
Yeah, so our BAU at the moment, which is included in the long-term plan, is one resource which does the carbon footprint work, which reports on the current climate change strategy, the 6-monthly update. They do some submissions and the odd minor projects when they get time. So that's our current resource, and that sits in Laney's team. The consultation document for the long-term plan has asked to notch that up a little bit, which is an additional resource to provide some leadership around climate change, because the current role is down in the organisation, and that leadership role is also David Bewley and myself have been talking about merging the climate change, resilience and emergency functions together, so there is a bigger unit.
Ladies already said all this, yes.
I just want to clarify it because I don't think everybody has put all the pieces together. So the consultation document has asked for an additional leadership role, plus there is some minor budget funding for education, transport projects, and sort of solar related projects that equate to around about 100,000 OPEX, and most of that comes in year 2, not in year 1. So the ask in the LTP is actually notching up our climate change efforts a little bit, and the recommendation from the steering group is probably it's aligned to what we've asked for in the LTP, but it's not the same as what we've asked for in the LTP. And the ask in the recommendations from the steering group is probably a bit bigger than what we put in the LTP. So that's a couple of those additional things, like you were talking about, Councillor James, and the EV vehicles and things like that. They're additional to what's currently in the consultation document. So if you wanted, council wanted to do those, they would have to add them in towards the end of this process. So the recommendations are broader than what we've actually currently budgeted for. We've just done a small notch up. So I just wanted to make that clear between those three things.
No, I've understood all that. I still don't understand what the extra is that you're asking for.
We're not asking for extra.
That says, and first they said was 1 and 2 will require additional budget from what's in the LTP.
This is a recommendation from the steering group, so it's like a submission
I realise that, but we still do need to know how much over and above what's already in there if they're asking us.
So you say there's 100,000 that can look
Yeah.
after number 3 to 12 in effect, but you're asking for more to look after 3 to 12, plus give some more for number 2.
Yeah, yeah. So we just wanted to have
So I think
some
we-
idea what it is.
There's a section on today's report, the LTP report, which covers kind of other requests and new ideas and suggestions. Now, I'm not suggesting you move these things into there, but you could think about it in a similar way, that the numbers haven't been worked out for those things yet. The business case hasn't yet been put forward for those. So you could defer the decision on those things, or at the end of this LTP deliberation, you could say, okay, we have heard this recommendation from the steering group. We will allow up to a certain amount to investigate and to hopefully resource a faster transition to EVs if that's the decision you take. But the numbers haven't yet been worked out specifically.
If council wanted to add in more, council can add
We
in
won't
more.
want to add on.
But we've got a little bit in the consultation document already. I think
So we're not going to, if we don't know, we can't add. So the other question is, are you wanting us to, this may be more to the chair, but are you, in the recommendation, or the options on page 22, we're saying, staff are saying that we could delay the solar investigation to year 2 instead of year 1, and that instead of 1 FTE on the following page, they're saying it could go down to 0.5. Are you wanting us to be discussing that now or later on when we come to those points?
I think this could be one, we've already identified 2 in the themes to this point, which are the Sullivan Lake and the multi-relationship strategy resourcing. Specifically around that Tarawera Awa group. So this is another one that you might want to come back to as a kind of general discussion once you've heard all the rest of the submission analysis from this deliberations process. But obviously that's a decision for you guys to make, and you could nut it out now, or we could defer and look at it in the context of the whole.
Is there a possibility of just putting this in the waiting room, the request for funding? Because this council has had requests for $700,000 here, $450,000 here, that has not been budgeted. And, depending on CapEx, how CapEx spend evolves and stuff like that, we've managed to find, because we're not talking about a huge amount of money here, we've managed to find it in the past. So what about that sort of waiting room approach and say, well, let's mark it, it sits there, and if the resources come. And the other thing I'd like to say is, our role is, leadership, and I think we've shown leadership here, and I've applauded it in the past many times. We're one of the first, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the first councils in New Zealand to do an actual carbon audit and to monitor progress in terms of emissions. Now, we're only a pimple on an elephant. As one of our submitters who happens to be sitting in the back of the room pointed out, we've got huge emitters in our district. They've just, introduced some efficiency gains, which is going to outstrip anything we can ever do. So we can facilitate. We managed to get GNS in there to do a study of hydrogen, and hydrogen was mentioned here, at no cost. Crown Research Institutes have a mandate to get in and help industry. And they've done it, without any cost. So facilitator, influencer, that sort of soft stuff, which is important anyway, and it can come at no cost. So I think that's my comment, but Deputy Mayor had a
Mine was similar to Councillor Duke's.
Councillor Dennis?
Yeah, I'd go along with what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, is that we've only been given this document at 9 o'clock in the morning. There's no figures, there's no fact. We're talking about a little bit here, a little bit there. We'd actually like to see it a bit more detailed with actually some money figures on it first and have time to digest it, thank you.
Councillor Tanchos?
Thank you. It's kind of the same point, I suppose. So recognising that this is essentially a submission from the steering group, and staff hasn't put their minds to what that might be, and staff's only just got it as well. So I'm just assuming that, because I think your approach is right, that we should. There's a bunch of things we should look at when we get to the end of the totality, and assuming that we'll by that time have some figures of what it would might take to, like, we'll have some indication?
Possibly, or we could move it into an annual plan process
Right.
and make a start, and then revisit that in the first year of the LTP. We could do something like that.
Yeah, but some pathway forward anyway.
Yeah.
Right, I think,
But I thought actually the steering group's recommendations were really useful,
yeah,
really clearly articulated.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think we have to take our role seriously, and we've done some good stuff, so we have to keep it going, but as facilitator and that sort of thing. So how, any other questions? Councillor Rangawapo, have you got your hand up?
Just be mindful when you spoke about communities leading some of these projects. And in terms of the funding, because would you be using via the community boards? Because we have discretionary funds, and then we kind of on the community funding committee also. So I was kind of interested, if it gets to that point, where would you, the team consider the distributions of funds and through which channels?
I think that would all need to be worked out.
Okay.
Yeah, at this stage, I guess it's a concept. If it got funding, then yeah, obviously we'd need to think about how all the criteria is involved in that process. That sort of thing.
Any other questions? Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just thinking in terms of process, whether this should be accepted or not. And I know we're talking about parking it because they did do a submission. This is the summary of submissions. This is almost completely different. And it's outside, you know, the LT draft budget.
Well, if I may. There's a steering group was established by council to manage the process of reviewing the climate change strategy. So this is your steering group's recommendation. So in some ways, it's not a submission, but it should be treated like a submission. So I'm sorry if I sort of confused that before when I kind of described it as a submission, but they are your steering group and they're providing a recommendation to you based on the process that they've been governing and the document that's coming through. So I don't know if you should view it as just a pure submission because of that role they've had in the process in terms of preparing the climate change strategy review.
Also, the deliberations report that Kashi prepared, which actually went out with the deliberations report, the LTP, has a lot of similar themes in it, and I think that am I right in thinking the steering group have also gone through that material? So it's sort of another layer of analysis and thinking that actually provides a richness to the whole of what we've heard from the community, and they're different slightly in their wording, but actually they talk to the same themes that they're hearing from the community. So
And just to emphasise that the steering group itself, which has cost us nothing, is providing a vital function of this. It's an eclectic group, comprised of farmers and builders, and our chair is the Trust Horizon chair that is sort of gathering this information from the community and putting it in front of us as an advice. And that's valuable too, right? So
Absolutely.
we are doing stuff.
and they've actually committed to keep doing that.
It would be nice to see more concrete action, but well-resourced and all the rest of it, but, in the position that we're in, it's difficult. And they realise that themselves, so they're obviously a very pragmatic group.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should receive this report and congratulate the group that have presented it and Kashi too, and for their leadership in this thing, and see it as a resource for us to think over and progress over the next year to be put into the annual plan if necessary. For us at the moment, it's 17.1%, trying desperately to get it down, to be bounced at this at 9 o'clock on the second day of deliberations. I think it's an amazing document, and we should use it as a way forward to progress it and develop it and see what we can do with it.
Yeah, and I just emphasise that you can do a lot with a little, or with almost nothing, which is the GNS study that was done on hydrogen for the Whakatane mill cost nothing. And I will release that study if the mill gives me the permission to do it. It involved 4 months of work by a final year engineering student. So that's a valuable input, that sort of thing.
Sorry, if I may, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add just a little context to what happens from here as well for your information, because I think it might be useful. So the reason that the steering group have provided this, one of the reasons they provided this information for you today is because they're busy receiving all of the submissions to the climate change strategy, and they will be making recommendations to you in terms of the final strategy, and that'll be adopted alongside at the same time as the long-term plan. So these two processes have been running concurrently because what goes in your strategy kind of wants to align with what's in your LTP and your budget, otherwise it's sort of meaningless. So that's why we're doing a little bit of this way. So they will come back to you with here's what we think for the strategy, but at this stage of your deliberations they felt it was really important to give you some context of sort of what they've heard and what implications that might have. Once you've made your decisions through the LTP, they'll then take that into account in terms of finalising a strategy that talks to it. So that's sort of why the timing's kind of a bit difficult, but it's also a little bit of backward and forward to get these two documents. So we end up with something that is meaningful for our community at the end of it as well, talks to each other. So.
Yeah, and I think it's important. We're in a little bit of a limbo since we don't have the national picture completed, having been in this limbo between governments, and so things aren't clear. Things aren't clear about the national funding arrangements and the potential for getting other funding. So we are proposing here to accept this recommendation as is and consider and continue to consider this, given the last minute nature of it and all the rest of it. But we're not writing it off. So all those that think that that's a reasonable approach, put your hands up, please. Okay. Thank you. So we're now back to the bit of part of the agenda that we adjourned on, which is pages 17 of the agenda. And it's the central government component, and management has made a recommendation. I presume everybody has read it. Right. Are there any comments, any discussion on this part? Oh, well, quiet. I'd say that we're doing a lot of what's here already, and that the management recommendation seems perfectly fine to me. I don't know about the rest. No more comments or questions? Oh, well, an indication about the recommendation 46. Okay. We're at Three Waters. Part of the report. And information's there on page 137 again. I'm sure this one will get you all excited. Three Waters. Been discussing it for 4 years. It's a tough one. Any comments on that?
And part of our submissions that came through, why can't we see lobbying to the government pushing back? Why can't we push back?
Pushback on what?
To central government about the funding.
Well, we are actually actively involved in that space. I mean, the Mayoral Forum last week was all about, well, mostly about water and how the funding, what the funding approach to water will be. The Minister was there as well, Simeon Brown, and you know, there has been put together a project group, or there will be, that will look at various options for how we can proceed with improving the funding, like sort of similar to what was on the Three Waters table, and that exploring the idea of putting together entities. So these are Bay Plenty, it's a Bay Plenty entity, a complete Bay Plenty entity, or it could be Western Bay Tauranga City Council, or Eastern Bay Plenty alone. That is being explored now. Our Chief Executive will speak to it, she was the architect of it.
Kia ora, Councillor. So to answer your question, I'd say we are actively working collaboratively with other councils and across the local government sector to try and find a way through to find the funding and finance tools that we need to unlock the Three Waters investment that we need over the next 10 to 20 year period. So we're still waiting for quite a few of the policy decisions to actually come out from the government to assess whether they're fit for purpose or will work for us. But what we're trying to do is what we are doing is staying very close to the emerging policy, the new policy environment. So this government came in and has repealed the previous Three Waters legislation and is now introducing all of the local waters done well legislation. So we're staying close to it. And understanding what it will mean for us, but the whole framework is not even clear yet. We did get some guidance from the Minister in the Mayoral Forum on Friday as to what he's looking at, and all we can do is assure you of our very active role in that, and that's to point 50 on your page, that's page 17, which says where the recommendation from management is that council prepare a program for participation and voluntary reform. If in plain English, that means working with the Bay councils to understand what the options are. But that's over and above what's currently in our business as usual Three Waters program. But it's so that we can participate in that voluntary program.
And attending that meeting and trying to gauge the feel of everyone in that room, do you feel that with that response that the rest of the, was it the LGNZ or the Mayoral's Forum, that they would have confidence that this would alleviate the pressures on rates to our communities? Was there any confidence coming out of that meeting that they felt that this could be something that could?
I don't think that there's enough detail in this new government's policy yet to say that people feel assured. We're
still thinking their way around
the policy to be developed.
I mean,
we've got a clue about some of the tools he may use, but he's still working through with his policy advisors what that's going to look like. And also taking on board the advice from Local Government New Zealand, from the water sector, from a whole range of people, from a whole range of parties to try and identify what the funding and finance tools, including the Local Government Funding Authority, who's involved in this, as our Treasury, Crown Infrastructure partners, they're all working on what the funding and finance package might look like. Yeah. Hopefully that's helpful.
It is.
Thank you. I think that was helpful just to get a clear understanding of where the state of play is. And it's a, as you said, it's dynamic, ongoing, complex kind of area. So thank you for that. I think the management comment in here is quite helpful as well. It makes a number of statements. I think it's useful to be in the public. So, for example, that it's not accurate, that it's not investing appropriately in Three Waters, because I think there's a bit of a perception. We've probably contributed to that ourselves a bit. Because of our own kind of understanding at various times as we've gone through, so that we are investing properly in the Three Waters, that we've had a really comprehensive assessment based on the cameras and stuff going down there, that our network is moderate to good. That's quite helpful to understand. And that the constraints to further work aren't just financial, but they're also around the ability to deliver. So I think all that's quite helpful context for us and for the public as well. My question was around the review of water rating and volumetric charging. I think that's a good thing. Could you, Aaron, maybe remind us what's the, in terms of how we charge at the moment, and it's different in different parts of the district, right? Could you just remind us kind of what that looks like at different parts of the district?
Sure. So rating for waters is quite complex. So we've gone through a process over the last 10 years to look at equalising some aspects of water ratings. So we have wastewater and water supplies that have an element of equalisation. And we have some communities that are still outside of equalised. So Murupara, for example, isn't on the equalised scheme for water or wastewater. Stormwater, on the other hand, because it's the poor cousin of the other two waters, has had no equalisation at all.
Right.
So every urban area we have has its own rating scheme for stormwater. And then volumetric charging from a water perspective is another way to collect revenue for the operational costs. So when you think about water supplies, you have a reticulation network and you have a treatment plant. So generally your costly reticulation network, which is your maintenance, servicing, renewals, is captured through a targeted rate, and then your cost of running your treatment plant, your materials, etc., should be captured through volumetric charging mechanism. So auditors are quite keen from an asset management perspective to see the delineation between treatment and reticulation. It'd be useful to go through the process of ensuring that from a revenue perspective we're lining those up as well. So there's quite a bit to do. And then when we think about where reform was heading, it was about standardised charging across the three waters. It would be interesting to undertake a piece of work to understand what would that mean. Does it mean reduce rates for some of our communities and increase rates or costs for some of our other communities? So I think it's doing some work, preparing ourselves ahead of any form of kind of amalgamation or CCO type conversations, and ensuring we're taking some steps forward to help get some clarity around for our communities around what sort of charging mechanisms are likely to be up for in the future.
Thank you, that's really helpful. Every time we go through, I get a better, more detailed, more nuanced understanding, so that's good, thank you.
I mean, the mayoral forum really, that was only happened last week. There hasn't been a lot of time to digest all that. But as I said, Tauranga City Council and Western Bay are already quite deep into this process of looking at what an entity, what the financial situation would be for an entity relative to just individual councils. So that's going to take a few months, maybe 6. Get some clarity on that. So at the moment we're waiting. Now we could end up joining that or not. Other councils will make their own decisions. But anyway, that's where we're at. I think that the recommendations seem quite reasonable. Any further discussion? Or I have an indicative vote on?
No, what questions?
Oh, you've got questions? Oh, geez, everyone at once. Deputy Mayor Rimmick.
Thank you. Morning, Bevan, and also to our guest. The 170 million, so that we've got in the budget, this includes the consents that are all coming up in 2026. If the consents don't get approved, is there enough in that budget for what we need to do to get them across the line?
So the 170 million includes the resourcing to progress with the consent renewal program. It doesn't include the dollars required to upgrade any of the treatment plants as a result of the consent process. So it's a similar method of what we've, I guess, put into a lot of this annual plan from an infrastructure, LTP from an infrastructure perspective. Do the business case work first, get some clarity around the quantum and the dollars, bearing in mind, you know, just renewing what we've got, or consent for what we've got, is unlikely to be the situation we're in. It's likely to be, I think we'll be increasing standards and looking at other options for discharge, which we don't know the cost of. So the process of putting aside some budget to go through the investigation and the framing up of what the capital project's actually going to look like will help give us some clarity around what the dollar figure is that we need to put into it. We also need to bear in mind that across just Bay of Plenty, there's the regional council's got thousands of consents to renew wastewater, water and stormwater. So and the country will be hundreds of thousands. So we'll be working through a process and some timelines. I think there's going to be some flexibility around that. We'll make sure we indicate early how we're going to kind of manage that time frame or that work program with regional council, so that we're not getting stung for being non-compliant.
The Minister made it very clear on last Friday that they are very aware of the issue of compliance. So they know that if they push the bar up high, then we won't make that. We don't really know yet, even on the drinking water plant, what will be required to make consent. But this government seems to understand that we can't tighten the regulatory framework so much that water stops coming out. I think they've got that pretty clear. So that gave me quite a lot of comfort, actually. Councillor Rangiaho, followed by Councillor.
It's probably a perception, Steve, and or Evan. And your recommendation 3, council undertake water rating, and it's inside of that, and it's just a bit of a feedback from when there became a split in the ratings with the Whakatane District Council and the Regional Council when they split that rate. And so looking under this, there is the whānau have asked, why did they do that? And Whakatane District Council needs to take that back on board. So when I look at the council undertake a water rating, they're going to think that it's going to come back out from the regional council. It's a perception thing that I'm looking at, because there was a lot of whānau up in Murupara, especially when we've got our regional council, they struggle up that end. So a perception and business goes there, they're going to come in and inundate our ladies up in the sector saying that there's something in here that the Whakatane District Council is picking up a water rating, so we'll pay it over here. So it's a perception inside of the wording of that. Maybe I need to be educated. How do we communicate that out and say as well, no, it's still separate?
Yeah, kia ora nā pera, Councillor Rangiaho. It was interesting, regional council breaking off. So we historically collected rating on behalf of regional council across the eastern Bay of Plenty. Through, I think it was the 2021 LTP, they decided that they would collect their own rates, and they had some rationale behind that around having more of a voice and more of a relationship with those in the community. So their view was that because we were collecting rates on their behalf, that we held most of the relationship with communities. So they went on their way with collecting their own. So this proposal definitely won't be doing anything different, and it won't be bringing back any further collection of regional council rates, and I know there is some challenges for the community in Murupara paying regional council rates because there's no service centre to drop into to pay rates like there is for district council. We'll make sure that we ensure that comms are quite clear around the work that we're going to undertake so that there isn't any misunderstanding.
It's not just the Murupara, it's in general. It's not just the Murupara, it's actually in general, even on this side.
I think to expand on that, basically regional council took it back because it was cheaper for them to do it themselves. I don't think it's going to be coming back to us. So regional council, I think that's something that our people could submit to them and say that they're not happy with it. And they're probably getting their submissions now. They'll receive them tomorrow.
Councillor Boynton, you had a question? And then Councillor Riles.
I just saw Paul.
Just a point of clarity, the reason why regional council, they were actually instructed by central government and DOA. There was actually a legislative clause that another entity cannot claim, so there's a little bit more to it, to the reason why the rates were separated. It was actually piece of legislation and a directive from DIA that they couldn't use other entities to collect rates on their behalf. It actually had to come in-house.
Thank you.
Okay. Order, thank you. I support the recommendation. I mean, it does say in there that the annual budget of 200,000 was already included for participating, and that there's no other rating impact. But I just wanted to ask about, you mentioned that because we're making decisions on things that we've still got to get more information from central government for, I wanted to find out the original amount of about 460 million for 3 waters. Well, did that include the work that was going to be needed to meet compliance?
Yes.
So that's why that amount is there, and then it's been reduced to 170 for us to be able to just get through the first stages. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The 440 million included a best guess of what the wastewater treatment plants would potentially cost to improve them across the district, based on some information that we had we've been working through in terms of the Matata wastewater project. So that's where some of those numbers come from. As we go through the consent development process, as I highlighted before, we'll get a lot more clarity around what that number actually is.
No, thank you. I just wanted to also to make it clear for the public so that they understood what the full cost of being able to meet the compliance issues would have been, and what has been scaled back in terms of the impact it will have on rates. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that compliance just means carry on doing what you're doing under the present regime.
Thank you. Bevan, are we up to date with our CapEx delivery coming up to the end of this financial year? I'm just thinking about where funds are landing, because if we aren't up to date, then we've got some money already in reserve for that delivery. Because I'm just conscious of there could be a flow-on effect of late delivery, but we're going to rate sooner, and we're not going to deliver it for 2 years, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's something we've all been conscious about as we develop this long-term plan. You'll recall when we set the 2021 long-term plan, we had a program of works, and then when we got into the new financial year, we had a whole bunch of carry-forward capital projects that weren't completed. We're avoiding that, and anything that hasn't been completed or hasn't forecast to be completed by this financial year is going to be a new project, so there's not going to be any significant carry-forward process that we're hoping to aim through this long-term plan. So anything that we couldn't deliver because of some challenges. For example, we had a budget for the Ruatoki water supply. We've had trouble trying to find a good source. So that budget will go into, is in the LTP as a new project. So you won't see the challenge with carry forward like we have historically, and it won't be program and then carry forwards on top.
And just a supplementary, does that, oh, sorry, Gary, yeah.
Can I provide some real clarity to that? Because some of the numbers you may see in future reports may appear to be inconsistent with that statement. When Bevan's referencing the budget, we're largely talking about the most recent forecast we've been given. I think you'll recall some of the reports we've presented to the Finance and Performance Committee have indicated, although the annual plan was set at about 82 million with carry forward, we had already identified, as we had expected, based on the work we'd done in our project management office reviews, to carry forward a significant amount, about 30 million. And that is largely reflected in the LTP already. That was largely not rated for, because most of it, if you remember, we've got from last year's annual plan, we are not fully rating for the cost base. So as we've carried those forward, we've made sure that we've taken that into account when we've considered the 6-year baselining of the funding. So there has not effectively been any rating in advance of any of the carry forward projects that we've brought forward into this LTP. We have reset that all and brought that into that structure.
Okay, thank you for that. That's good to know. Is that work for Audit New Zealand? Process of, because previously they were rated. We're not going to be rating forward now, but previously they had been?
Yes. So, yes, there is always that issue. I'll remind you that the majority of that is related to improvement projects which are loan funded, and so therefore they're spread over 30 years.
Yeah.
So the amount of rating, so even if you have a 1 year differential, the amount of rating impact, or a 2-year differential on a project in terms of delivery timeline, the amount of rating impact is normally fairly negligible.
For your debt loan repayment?
Yeah, well, I mean, ultimately you end up saving in terms of the funding cost. But even though the financing cost ultimately is spread over the life.
Thank you.
Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I mean, again, unfortunately, Three Waters is something that came right into the LTP process at the 11th hour, and really did, I think, skewed the thought and the planning we'd put into the LTP. And this was a very reason for me pushing back on Rex Morpeth yesterday. I still feel that we're heading into really unknown waters here. We've got big figures, 170 into this LTP, 440. Is that a realistic figure, or can it go up to even further? Listening to the conversations that's been had, absolutely great conversations, and I don't think any of us underemphasise the importance or the reality of what sort of impact this will have on not only this LTP but going forward for the next 30 years at least. Again, I love the recommendation too there that the council will engage with communities around Three Waters, because it's going to impact all communities in very different ways. And especially when you look at recommendation 3, a lot of us have reticulated water, but we do not have volumetric charging. So again, that in itself is going to be rather controversial or possibly contested opinion. So yeah, I say bring it on, but again, let's underestimate the complexities of what we've got ahead of us. It is really the biggie, the real biggie.
Okay. I'm going to see. Yes, Lainey.
Just before you do an indicative resolution, am I correct in hearing that we could add into, I think, point 50, I think I heard a request to emphasise the lobbying and the collaborating with partners element of that, much as we did with one of the other early recommendations around the boat harbour, which was around continuing to advocate monitor. Would you like us to change number 50 to, instead of saying council prepare a programme for participation, council continue to collaborate with partners, central, regional, to prepare a programme, just before you take your...
I'd support that, but yeah, change the wording.
I sort of feel that.
That's where we're at.
Saying really.
Clarifies that though, doesn't it?
I'm okay with it. We're all good with that? All right, can I have an indicative? Oh, yeah, we're all good. Okay, thank you very much, and we will take a 15-minute recess back here at 10:25.
can't find the page.
17.
Welcome back, everybody. We're on page 17, management recommendations on LTP policies and proposals. And that's recommendation 51 to 53. There's some information in Appendix 2, so you might have to jump around a bit. Yeah, so, any commentary?
No. Appendix 2.
Page 17 of the agenda.
Which item, sorry?
Page 17, LTP policies and proposals.
Would be appendix 4.4, but what page does appendix 2 start on? Anyone know?
Oh. No, I don't.
Harvey's just finding out for you.
Yeah. It's just, yeah.
Appendix 2.
There's no appendix on the analysis of these submissions. There are only an appendix which is the submissions. So,
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Right, so we're on page 17. Do you have any questions or discussion? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Just number 52, where it says, with the timing and scale of Rex Morpeth, a significant change to the development contribution will be done in the first 3 years. What is that? A significant change in percent or dollar value?
So it's essentially the dollar value. So based on the recommendation we put forward relative to yesterday, we believe it's appropriate from a structural perspective to essentially report it as project components and have development contributions match against the components.
Oh, okay.
So rather than have just one project line and therefore start commencing development contributions from year one across the whole project, we essentially take the component that you indicated that you would like us to consider for the deliberations, and we development contribute against that, and then we'll put whatever the next phase is for the, that's still subject to a go, no go. We will put development contributions against those, but obviously those will still be consistent with your go, no go decision making. So we don't get those out of sequence. Does that make sense? Yeah, absolutely. A lot more logical, a lot more easier to explain, and it avoids us potentially getting in trouble based on changes in decision making.
Councillor Miles?
And that the development contributions only kicked in under options 1 or 2?
I think there were development. I have to go. No, there were development contributions in option 3 as well.
Yeah.
Yes, and we actually have current existing development reserves to use as well. So, so for some of the development that will take place in the next few years, we actually already have a sum of money. So we've already collected development contributions that can go towards some of the works that will be carried out in the next 4 years. But
Sorry, could you speak up, please, Georgina?
so Gary might be best.
I think that's just that summary,
no,
but
but
it's helpful. Yeah, that's what you
So
said.
we already have collected some development contributions, so there is already a sum of money that we have collected that we can apply to the works that we will now budget, well, that we will budget for over the course of the next 4 years. So collecting development contributions is standard procedure. What we're noting in point 52 is that we won't, because of the stop-go point that we've put forward, that there'll be another big decision as part of the next LTP. We won't be collecting a large component of development contributions when new sections are created. over the course of the next few years, because we still need to make that larger decision further down the track.
Any further? No. Are we all good then to give our indicative views on this? I'll make
Number 7.
Are we still thinking?
Yeah, have you got your not hand up?
My head isn't up at this moment.
What have we got in the pot in the way of development?
I don't know off the top of my head, I'm sorry. I want my team to find out.
Could we have our hands up again, all those that are okay to proceed on this one?
No.
One missing. All right, thank you, folks.
Like this.
Possibly you
So we're on the management comment and recommendations on fees and charges, section 4.5, refuse transfer station. Probably could be a bit of discussion on this one.
Yes, there will be.
Would you like to start off then, Councillor?
Yes, I do. Okay, in terms of the recommendations on the fees and charges up at the Murupara Recycle Centre, I'm not going to say I reject the recommendations, because there are things in support inside of the that I would not support, and that's when it was seen as a targeted rate, the option to do it as a targeted rate. I don't support that. But what probably I'm looking at is whether it's a pool. It may sound naive, but it feels that the communication around the rates of the Murupara transfer station, it cannot be assumed that everyone knew how this thing works, because our residents up at that end, they know when they pay rates, they pay rates. And I don't know whether or not Whakatane actually district ratepayers knew that they were contributing to that our recycle centre up there. So I think there's a failure in kind of communications. I think when it first came in, even when they put the charges over here at the Whakatane recycle, I don't think there was a clear communication up that end that it was inclusive of that end as well. Probably one of the things inside of Murupara of the consents that came through, and I didn't want to address it in the climate or the disparities, because disparities actually come out around the recycle, around this application as well. And the other thing I want to note inside of here that probably hasn't been picked up is around community and iwi capability and capacity. It's just gone into this rating system, and I would put it on a pause, because in one of these, inside of here, like we've got, should council continue with the free services and gest of equity overall, and steps can be taken to control access and misuse. Well, in order to apply that, it's driven by a people power, and so Edie and Mel are the ones who are at the forefront of, they know who the community and that are. And we've seen the suggestions inside of them. But the other part of it is too, when it talks about budgeted upgrades to the centre are required, whether fees are implemented or not, and these would take approximately 6 months. Murupara and Minganui and Te Whaitia, they were big forestry industries. And I know that whānau there, if something needed to be done, whether you use your own people's power or community power, to actually deliver some of those things, giving it back to the community to manage by itself. We know that there has been a submission from Ngāti Manawa and also a submission from Ngāti Whare. And inside of here, inside of the recommendations, it would have been really great to put on a pause to see how that looked like in the whole bigger context of the scheme. What may be even helpful, because disparities are used inside of the forms in the submission, it would have been really great before we got to this point that councils, we did that trip that goes around to all our communities to see what the facilities and things, because that's what the comparison is it's about, the disparities inside of the submissions. So I'm kind of putting on a pause, and it's also, if there's going to be an engagement with the community and with iwi, then it brings another component inside of that, knowing that we're going to have significant changes in our top level, that we would need to strengthen that Māori relationship strategy, because we're going to need somebody at that level to engage with the iwis to see if there can be a resolution inside of that. What they were saying, yep, we understand in whakatane, but they're understanding the charges in whakatane because the population is really condensed. Whereas even though it's spread out now, there are issues around, okay, you've got a free, well, don't use the word free, but from my run or from the way back, that's how it was seen, so it tells it wasn't communicated back. But I just think that there are things in here that could work, that it may take it away out of, I don't know, I don't know, but I feel that, it's sad, I feel Medpura was thrown under the bus, to be honest, because a lot of them were uhorere, and that just tells me a lack of understanding. We can't assume, oh, when you pay rates, surely you know. And I used they did pay rates, but they thought they would pay rates for their own. And so I've spoken with those whānaus that down this area, and I'm not too sure whether the ones in our audience knew that their rate pays the money we're covering up for Murupara. Because how that's come about is inside of the report, it speaks, it hasn't been captured here, but the awareness came on the Facebook page. So that identifies that even the Whakatane, the larger communities did not know. So that's all I'm gonna, I think I want to invite all the councillors to come and do that, go and have a visit, because we've got to make really some big decisions, and I don't think half of anyone's been around really just to have a look at some of the facilities. I would invite you all for a cup of tea kōrero that will be hosted at the community hall. So to give fairness to the decisions we had to make around infrastructures and what's happening up there. I know it doesn't help now that it's been exposed that Murupara's rates are covered from the rest of the district. That doesn't help our cause at all, but I'm sure that we can have a look at what other capabilities and capacity that the community could take up. And it's not just in Murupara, it'll be up in Minganui, it'll be Ruatahuna. And so I feel that the iwi relationship will be probably integral to what does that look like. So yeah, I just kind of want to leave it like that.
Councillor Boynton?
Oh, kia ora, and just
following on from Councillor Raniaho, and she highlighted some of the things that I saw and read in the submissions from Murupara, and the majority, if not most all, asked to not have those fees and charges put on the transfer station. I'm a little disappointed in the recommendation and also the wording of the explanation, because you had Ngāti Manua and you had Ngāti Whare also in their submissions clearly identifying the low socioeconomic barriers that are faced by a community like Murupara. But they also highlighted that development was also happening as well. So there is future plans to be able to increase and improve that socio-economic situation with housing, and that development will also increase in terms of employment and that. And I think coming in at this time where they're still just getting started, or before they've started, to say, oh, we're going to put charges there, is sort of flies in their face. And then as Councillor Rangiaho identified, to include some comments from Facebook that aren't actually included in the submissions as sort of having equal weight to all of those submissions from Murupara and Ngāti Whare and also Ngāti Manua, and then for the recommendation to come to continue with those charges. And I was a little disappointed with some of the language around saying token and stuff like that. We do, and we have talked about equity across the board in terms of a district being able to support all our different communities. So for me, I do not support the recommendation to charge or introduce fees to the Murupara Refuge Transfer Station. If there is a possibility of looking at it maybe in the future when the socio-economic situation in Murupara improves, then there might be something to consider. Another consideration may be a mixed model in terms of whether or not a small portion of targeted rates to be able to support it. But at this stage, I would not support introducing fees.
Thank you, Councillor Boynton. Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Worship. I was privileged, I guess, to be part of the delegation that went with councillors, staff and representative Ngāti Manua to Hastings a couple of weeks ago to study their potable water and their wastewater solutions. At the debrief the other night, I was further inspired by the lead that should be taken by the iwi within that community. And again, having reflected on the last time we went up there to consult with the Murupara residents with regards to chlorinating their water, it was nothing less than just a debacle or a hostile outcry from the local people saying, this is not what we want. And again, I feel this is not what they want, and I think we've really got to push pause on this one. We say that nothing would be implemented before the 1st of February 2025. So what I'm suggesting is that we go back to the iwis, that we ask the iwis to conduct a public meeting along the same lines as what I think we might be proposing for the potable water issue. So again, I don't support the recommendation at this point in time. I'd like to think, give them push pause and let's reconsider it from a iwi perspective.
Councillor James and then Councillor Dukes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm flipped in between on this one because part of me is saying that everything should be equitable and everyone pays their way. Part of me is sort of saying that this is a different situation, and I think I agree with what previous speakers have been saying about maybe we just need to push pause and go back and revisit this and maybe come up with another option. I'm not. 1st of February 2025 is only 6 months away. It's not. I think we need to relook at it before we start putting charges on them.
Councillor Dukes?
Thank you. So in my time, we did have charging at the Murupara, and now we don't, so that has actually been in my time that I've been on council. So I'm not sure if staff are able to answer this or not, but have we seen any changes in the fly tipping from when we did have fees to when we didn't have fees? So did it make any difference with rubbish being dumped at the transfer station as opposed to not being dumped at the transfer station because of the fee?
Through the chair, good morning everyone. It was unfortunately before my time when there used to be fees there, so I'm not sure. However, the current status is we still get a lot of fly tipping in that area, even though there's free dumping at the moment. Fly tipping issue is a behavioural issue. The people who want to do it will do it anyway. So it appears that the charges, as it's a free transfer station at the moment, fly tipping rates in that area are no lower than anywhere else.
Can I just ask you to clarify that? So was the idea of making it free motivated by trying to reduce fly tipping? Was that the major motivation?
That was one of the considerations when we moved in that direction.
Okay. So, and can I just ask one? How do, because oh, okay. I apologise.
You're all right. I was just going to say that we have actually, with our earlier decision of lowering the UAGC, we have actually decreased the proportion that generally would be applied across Murupara properties. So I just wanted to reiterate that as well. So, very generalised comment. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Can I just ask, slip one in?
He was doing that yesterday as well.
Well, I've
Sort of been in and out there.
How do we compare, I mean, Murupara is a vulnerable area. How do we compare with Te Teko and Taneatua? What's their current situation? They would pay fees and charges?
They would basically use reference transfer station and pay fees for using that.
So then, how would the equity, is that equitable then? You might say the same thing about Te Teko and Taneatua. So not only do they don't have a facility there, they have to travel here and pay at this end. So that's
from Waimana as well.
And from Waimana. So does that mean we make them all free? Anyway, Councillor Tanchos, Councillor Isles, and Councillor Dennis, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Hello, nice to see you. A question and then maybe a comment. Could you just remind us does Murupara get any curbside collection?
Yes, they do.
Because that, I mean, to me, that would be an argument. If you don't get curbside, then the transfer station's your only realistic way of disposing, but there is a curbside collection.
Murupara Township does in some of the rural area. Minginui and Ruatahuna that use the transfer station don't get curbside.
Thank you, that's helpful. And in terms of the transfer station, there's recycling facilities there?
There is, yes, exactly the same facilities as we've got in Turney. And if we did implement the charges, there wouldn't be any charge for dropping off recycling. The charges would just be for refuse and green waste.
I mean, I've got to say, in principle, my position on waste is that recycling should be free and dumping rubbish should be charged, because otherwise there's no incentive for people to change their behaviour and move towards recycling. So I am supportive of the recommendation, but I would also say that I agree that there's some time, if we're talking about bringing in the 1st of February, and we could potentially delay that out a bit, if it was felt valuable that some conversation be had, because what I'd ultimately like to see in places like, well, everywhere really, is something like what they have in Raglan, where they have a community-run recycling network, where the community actually takes responsibility for its waste. And if there was any opportunity, and I know there was some discussion in Murupara of a community green waste facility, and if there was any potential for something, a community-led transfer and recycling station, that would be the ultimate win for me. So this, our indications are indicative, and it's something I'd be interested in coming back to and going, is there a possibility of something more interesting happening there? And maybe you have a response to that, Nigel.
Yeah, we did. We have previously had discussions with Ngāti Manua about possibilities like that. We did propose there is land available at that facility where composting could be done on site rather than being transferred to another facility. And we had previous discussions with them about the possibility of them actually managing that, and that we could provide the training and set it up and they could manage it. So there are opportunities there. As Council mentioned earlier, the submission from Ngāti Manua, the draft reply I put in was that we would be open to further discussions on those ideas.
So I suppose I think some of those discussions, but in a way, having the idea that some fees are coming down the line adds a bit of momentum and impetus to those discussions. That would be my preference.
I'm not sure. Well, because they've asked not to charge.
Councillor Isles.
But everyone else pays.
Councillor Boynton, do you want to be on the list?
No, sorry.
Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Richard. Just referring back to the fly tipping, I wouldn't altogether say because there's fly tipping up in the more isolated areas in the Murupara catchment area, we have the similar problems down here in Waimana. And again, from the many times that I've sorted through the rubbish that's been left in the Waimana Gorge, for example, I can trace it back to residents that come from Taneatua or beyond. So again, it's a bit like, not in my backyard, thank you very much. So I couldn't altogether agree that because of the fact that, you know, they could be charged for, or because they have free transfer station access now, that that would lead to an increase in fly tipping from within their own communities. I don't think there's a pattern established that that's the case at all.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. So my opinion is that obviously Murupara is an area of high deprivation and low jobs, but I agree with Councillor Isles is that it's all our responsibility to do the right thing. So my solution is that because we don't have to do it until February next year, that we investigate with the two iwi up there and see if we can come to an agreement and do half and half. So if we reduce the amount that the residents of the district reduce down to $12 a year and put on half fees up there, and that would get folk used to the idea of what it means to do responsible dumping like we would do without being too much damage on the local economy up there until the economy starts firing again. And if we can introduce that there, or even at the next annual plan, then probably the next LTP we can bring it up to full score when there are more jobs up there and the situation improves.
Yeah, thank you. Just a point of clarification. So at the moment it costs about $400,000 to run the centre up there. And you say that even if we had fees, we wouldn't recover all of the fees? So was it like 50% would we recover?
It probably would be about 50%, yes.
So, and at the moment, the 400,000 is not on the draft LTP. Is that correct? It is. Okay, so if we didn't support the recommendation, there's no budget impact.
The recommendation is to include fees and charges, so there's an estimate of what we will recover through fees and charges in there. So if you chose to defer or not accept the recommendation, there would be a small rating impact to cover off what we proposed we would collect through fees and charges, but we wouldn't.
Back to the general rate.
400,000 is the cost
to run.
So that is in the budget for each year.
Yes.
The revenue is currently in there. But obviously that wouldn't be there, and I'm told it's approximately 0.67% rating in the first year.
No, per annum.
Per annum.
So in year one, if you took it out, let's say, and delayed it until the 1st of July 2025, it would be about 0.3% added back onto the 17.1. So it would be 17.4.
All right, thanks. All right.
Councillor James?
Yeah, just going back to Councillor Duke's comment about we've lowered the UAGC to 20%. We're talking about Murupara Galatea area here, so an effect on lowering the UAGC. We have actually, in fact, lifted the rates on all the farms.
Yeah, I was talking about the Murupara houses, sorry.
Yeah, but we've got to take into account the whole area, so.
Yeah, I mean, yep.
Councillor Tanchos?
Well, I was just going to make the point that the other thing is that we've heard from residents in Murupara who are opposed to the fees and charges, but it's not really just a question of the residents of Murupara. They're affected by the fees, but the whole district pays. And, you know, we have to remember that.
Councillor O'Brien?
What you said was my question is, if we support this recommendation, does that mean that $25 per property per annum within the whole district is nullified? We're going to be getting $25 per annum as an result?
The $25 relates to the $400,000 that costs to run the transfer station. If we assume that we'd collect potentially 50% of that, then it would be reduced from 25 to 12. And it would be in line with Whakatane. So Whakatane doesn't collect all it needs to from fees and charges to cover the costs as well, and so that's what forms like the general rate. So it would, you would see a reduction of about $12.
This doesn't just happen down in Waimana, it's out of Taivakaia, which is right in the
Which comes back to my question, if the others all have to pay, other vulnerable areas, is that considered equitable, like Waimana, Taniatua, Te Teko, and now Taifakaia area? I mean, how do we just apply or keep it free for one area and not, and how do we justify not doing it for all the others?
Your Worship, I mean, that's my argument, and that's what I'm saying. We are paying down here, and we accept that, that's the norm. But to introduce something when it's been free, that's why I said right from the onset, that conversation has to be taken to the local iwis. And I reckon if the iwis conduct that conversation, it would be a far more palatable to work within their own communities than us actually going ahead and saying that this is what we're proposing.
Yes, General Manager.
I wonder if a way forward from here is to get an indication from the room if there is or isn't support for the recommendation, and if there isn't support for the recommendation, then we have a conversation about what the council's recommendation might be. What I am hearing is that actually some more time to talk about options is I think what a number of councillors are talking about, because there may be options that weren't explored when we were putting together the consultation document with the community. But I wonder if the first step is to go, actually, is there no support for the recommendation on the table? Then if there isn't, what might that recommendation be? And it might be a bit of a delay in order to explore the options.
But there isn't a 0.3% impact
There is
on the rates.
Yeah, there is an impact on rates. Rates go
Delaying it.
back up because the budget for the consultation document has built in charging for Murupara.
I'd support the recommendation on the basis of, on the equitable argument. You can't have one in and 4 other areas out. But there is 6 months to have this discussion still, even if we accept the recommendation, and I think those discussions should happen.
Well, I mean, there's other projects in other areas too, in which are going to be part of the general rates that everybody's going to pay as well in different areas for their different situations and projects. So, you know, if you're going to highlight, you know, obviously that they shouldn't have the free refuge, the station, but then we are going to be charged for another project in another area. Are we going to apply that same lens on that particular community?
I'll just ask another financial question. So if it was deferred, Gary, to the 1st of February, so we've lost potentially 6 months of collecting fees, haven't we? So we wouldn't recover. So would that go to 0.15 if we were going to?
I would need to go and do some work because I just did it on the back of the angel. So it's in that range.
Okay.
What I'm looking at is, it is a pause. It's only because I think that conversation needs to happen to allow something to be established. If it can hit the ground running for something that the area or the community can, something needs to be established, and they'll be well aware of that now because this has come to the forefront. But I think it's just that time factor. It's such an inconvenience on the rest of the district. I will acknowledge that. But once again, there have been options, and I'm looking at the strength of our community because of their background inside of the forest industries. So if we needed something to drive it, they would need to collate and have a look at what are their own strengths to run something to get it established and see where that takes flight. It seems like it's short because at the moment we're just dealing with high anxieties at the moment. And it feels like you're going through that pressure of it's been rushed.
Councillor O'Brien, and then General Manager Structure.
I just think that we need to note that it's not a conversation to be had with just iwi. It's a hapori, that's a whole community. I don't want people to get the perception that you're only talking to iwi. You're talking to community. I said. Widespread.
Do you feel that 6 months is enough to have this conversation?
Probably I should jump in here. I was just been talking with Nigel. Because we need to make some improvements to the transfer station there to make it work for as a mechanism for charging. There's also some other improvements there that we would like to do. And then following some of our hui in Murupara about this, there's quite a bit of education that needs to happen in relation to waste. Waste's not free, even recycling's not free. There is some communications that I'd suggest that we undertake, and so possibly we could look to defer implementation for a year, which then means that we're not trying to rush infrastructure upgrades as well as an education communication process with the community. We can take some time and do them both over year one of the LTP and then implement fees and charges from year 2 onwards. And then you'd have a cleaner estimate of what the rating impact would be for year 2 onwards as well.
So would you also then have the additional costs that it's going to entail to get it up to?
We've got that included in the budget.
It's all there?
Yeah.
So there's nothing over and above, that's it?
So just to be clear, if we did that option, that's still got a 0.3 impact in the first year of the LTP, isn't it?
It would mean that we're not budgeting for fees and charges in year 1, correct?
So like 17.1 would go 17.4 on the current basis?
It would depend on how much we've budgeted for fees and charges.
We need to step back and look at how we did the modelling of it to begin with, right? Because it's buried in a big pool. What I would say is that it's either half of that or the whole of that, depending on how we did the percentage of estimated fees recovery. So it's here we're now starting to get into 2 and 3 decimal points, right? So and I know every cent adds up, so I'm not discounting that. But you know, how far do we go with it? So 17.2, 17.3-ish.
Councillor O'Brien, did you have another one or not? No, you're all good. So can we just go back to an indication, a show of hands as to who would support the existing recommendation? All those who would support it? Okay, so the alternative would be what? We just extend the time for conversation, or?
It would be helpful for staff if you could give us a clear direction. Does that mean you don't want to do anything for the entire of the first year of the LTP? What is that direction from you in terms of the alternative? It would be very helpful.
I think what Bevan came up with, delay it for 12 months, come up with something for 12 months.
Come up with a recommendation to direct staff to work on a proposal, work with the community and iwi to identify the proposal in the first year of the LTP and reschedule it into the next annual plan.
Come back to it in the last recommendation as well. Addition.
Thank you. It's helpful. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Bevan.
Section 4.5.2, other fees and charges, page 18 of the agenda.
Is there any other reference comment that management have got aside from the recommendation?
No. The 4.5, 2 sentences essentially summarises that of the 25, oh sorry, no, 4.4, of the 25 submissions received on all of these, including all the policies, all the strategies, proposals and fees and charges, 18 were on fees and charges, and the others were a kind of collection, as you can see from Appendix 2, of sort of various things, whether it be dogs or I think there was one about staff, rates of charge out and those sorts of things. So essentially what the recommendation is saying that non-material amendments will kind of happen within the processes of the review of fees and charges. So we're not recommending that you need to decide in this deliberation anything additional to that.
I think we can just put that one. Yep. All those in favour? Yep. So that's that one. So management recommendations on specific funding requests. We've got Film Bay of Plenty, seeking a total of 62,500. Broken down as you see. Councillor Jukes?
Thank you. I just was a little bit unclear as I read it that with the recommendations that you're saying, just to put it to the creative community scheme or whatever, so we don't have 30,000 in there at all. Originally we had 30,000, so what we're saying is that it's nothing and you have to apply to the creative community scheme. Is that, am I reading it right? I was just a little bit unsure when I was reading it as to what the situation was.
Essentially, yes. The council is not, sorry, you don't currently have a kind of pot for this particular organisation. So the management recommendation was essentially that to decline the specific request for the 30,000, but to provide suggestions of where they could apply for those specific.
Thank you. That was how I read it, but I just wasn't quite sure whether the 30,000 had stopped or whether it was just a continual amount. So it was how I thought. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Don't we give them $15,000 a year?
I think we do currently fund Bill Thorn Bay of Plenty, a small amount. I'm just seeking clarity on that.
Yeah, because that was my question. Yes. What was
I'm not sure of the figure.
currently in there was, yeah.
And I just wanted to ask too, because when I did ask when they were submitting about connection to Toi EDA, there wasn't one, and they gave the example of Screen Christchurch, which works closely with the economic development arm of Christchurch City Council, and that's how Screen Christchurch have been able to launch that initiative around the incentive fund for filmmakers to be able to come here. So if we're funding them already 15,000 and stuff like that, I'd hope that they made stronger connection to our economic development.
They certainly do. They will already do that.
I've talked to Toi EDA and they had not met with them.
Oh, they may not have met with them, but recently they certainly know about Thorn Bay of Plenty and what they're trying to achieve. So if any opportunities came through Toi EDA, I would expect them to pass them on.
Okay.
They are connected.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because we're funding both bodies. I mean, the objective is to try and attract, people here for economic development.
Yeah, and you are right. In some regions, the full funding is connected to the regional economic development agencies. Yeah, that's true.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor James?
Can you just expand on any recent what recent benefits have we had from Thorn Bay of Plenty?
Thorn Bay of Plenty.
They've done 2 movies recently.
I thought it's 2 or 3 recent in the last 9 months. There have been 2 or 3 that they've coordinated filming.
Okay. And
that does create some employment opportunities. I'm not sure of the detail. I'm looking around. Does anybody know? They don't. But yeah, there have been. I mean, there are regularly films that are filmed.
So it's worthy of us to look at.
Yeah, I think it is, because it does create employment, and certainly I was involved in the Christchurch one down there when we were setting up the Christchurch NZ function, and film was a part of that. It's not a huge funding stream, but actually they do create quite a bit of work, particularly in places like the South Island, and actually the Bay of Plenty has some very attractive scenery options, and also some of its towns are quite attractive. Sorry to go on, but when I was in Porirua also, we had supported the film function in Wellington, and they used to quite like Porirua because apparently it looks like American suburbs. So they used to film American Netflix things in Porirua. Yeah. So it does happen, but a lot of it stays under the radar, and that's the way the film industry likes it.
No, I mean, I think that they do good stuff. I don't say they don't, but council, the recommendation is giving options for where to seek funding, and the well is dry, or near dry. So, Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I unusually agree with you. That at this time when we have 17.1% rate rise that we're desperately trying to get down, and is making films our core business. We go back to the fact our core business is infrastructure, etc. And although I would love to support this and think it's a great idea, I think at this time of rampant inflation, I don't think we can support it. And so I'd be in favour of this, pushing it towards the annual funding. But in saying that, I'm quite excited that as chairman of that funding committee, that in the last triennium, when the mountain bike park were asking for $1 million a year for 10 years, they were told to apply for the annual grants. And we only have 50,000 there. And now we're asking this group to apply to the annual grants, and the next one down, Sustainable Bay of Plenty Charitable Trust, to apply for the annual grants, which is already oversubscribed by, I think, to the tune of 70 or 80,000 for a $50,000 fee. But it just makes it more exciting for those ones on the committee to divvy it up. But in this time of rampant inflation and trying to get the rates down, I will agree with this.
And I would add that council itself applies for grants, so we're in the, hunting down grants business. Hang on, I have Deputy Mayor followed by Councillor Puller and then Councillor Boynton.
Okay, and thank you. So in apply or referring them to apply to the Community Grants Fund, I just wanted to confirm, do we still have in our budget the 15,000 per annum for Film Bay of Plenty?
Whatever we're currently funding
Okay.
Film Bay is still in the budget.
Okay. All right, well, that could have been
that was my
question.
So they're not on nothing.
We'll take that out to get the rates down, don't
So would you like to direct us to identify that and then have a conversation about whether you want to keep that in the current budget or?
Yes, if there is the 15,000 per annum in the current budget, I'm happy that that stays there, and then refer any additional requests to the
Which is the recommendation.
Yeah, same.
Double checking. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Puller?
I think the question's been answered. I just wanted to clarify that we were recommending that we wouldn't give any money. Apart from the 15,000.
Councillor Boynton?
I mean, I'm supportive of the film industry and the arts as well, but there is an opportunity for them to apply. I'd also like to see that the council can support them, and by way of support letters for them to be able to apply to external funders, and that would also help them as an organisation to be able to seek that funding from Creative New Zealand or other bodies, other national bodies.
Okay, Councillor Dennis.
So just to reply to the Deputy Mayor, I struggled with the vote for the Mirapara transfer station fees, but that's part of infrastructure and core business. I might change my mind later, but this is not core business. And if we are going to try and get our rates down, we have to make some hard calls. And I'm really sorry, but there must be some creative funding from central government they can apply for. I don't know what the New Zealand film industry has funding abilities, but for us with a outfit of 17,000 ratepayers to support a film industry, I think that taking that 15,000 that's already in the budget, take it out, will go a long way to help us get the rates to a manageable level for the main ratepayers.
Right, reply. I attended the Muru premiere, so that was filmed up in Te Urewera, and Film Bay of Plenty don't make movies, they facilitate capability and capacity building. Now in that arena there were so many whānau and young people there, like every theatre was packed out. The pride, the mana and the excitement of these young people, not just being in a movie, but learning the skills of the film trade, that is part of our current pillar of economic development. So for such a very small investment, I absolutely can see how it gets paid forward. I agree that we don't have 62 in there at the moment, but if we've got 15 in there, I think that 15,000 we have goes a long way from a whole lot of social goodwill, career development. So I'm happy with that it currently stays in the budget for 15.
Winnie?
I just want to try and provide some information for point of clarity around how this has been laid out in the report. So these two funding requests have been separated out from a very long list of requests and ideas for additional things that you might like to consider, only because they had dollars attached to them when they came and spoke, and they put that very specifically in essentially a budget. So I'm just putting that out there, that actually there are lots and lots of ideas, and these are just two of those. I'm not trying to diminish those, but I'm just trying to line them up alongside for your consideration.
Thank you. I'm getting the feeling that most will support the recommendation. So can I just have a show of hands? All but one. Okay. Recommendation 59, page 92, Unsustainable Bay of Plenty Charitable Trust. Well, much as I love it, it's again, the well is dry, and staff have provided some options, and applying to, it is only $5,000, but nevertheless, it seems that there are options for Sustainable Bay of Plenty to apply to the annual grants and leases program, so it's not, the door is not shut. Well, what do people think?
Supported? Show of hands.
Show of hands.
Show of hands.
All right.
Excuse me, Your Worship. While we're talking about external funding, could I introduce something else? So I noticed that Toy EDA, who we paid $227,000 a year, and Tourism Bay of Plenty we pay $85,000 a year, did not apply to the long-term plan for funding for the next 10 years. So I'm making an assumption here that because they have not applied for it, we have got that saving.
Very good. Right. I agree with that.
Can we have that confirmed?
The current LTP has a continuation, so it has an expectation of continuation of funding.
But they didn't apply, they didn't submit.
Except that was, so the CD, so kind of you reset, but you do look at what was in the previous LTP and carry it forward. You look at your actuals and look at what the trend of those has been. So on that basis, it was included within the CD.
I think we're in a position where we can make a choice on that.
I just remind you that there has been a call for a meeting to discuss Toy EDA, and so the other question about if we're out, what are the others doing? Because it's not just us funding them; it's a joint thing. So
Major funder.
yeah, we are a major funder, but the others.
We're the major funder.
I'm just pointing out that the conversation is coming.
Well, I'm just surprised that none of those organisations wanted to protect the funding going forward, and we want to see the justification for the value that we're getting from them.
Yep.
Just on behalf of the two organisations, I think that they would have expected that their funding would continue.
They should have no such expectation. If I was running those organisations, I would be smooching and wooing every organisation that contributes to them financially. Because basically we're paying people resourcing with a little bit of marketing.
Are the other councils supporting them this time? Because I thought the other two councils were dropping them.
Well, they're certainly asking some questions, but like I say, that discussion is sort of in a preliminary phase. Councillor Tanchos?
Given that, I mean, I think it's a worthy discussion. Given that, don't think we should be trying to make a decision here with imperfect information. I do think we should schedule a further discussion to go through the arguments.
Yeah, well, it is going to be discussed, yeah, but it hasn't got there yet.
Do we have a formal contractually signed document with them?
That's what I've just asked. Yeah, was my question too, Councillor Duke. So we'll go away and check that because we'll check the contractual situation with them.
Yeah. Because that could be why they haven't applied, is that?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Councillor James?
Yeah, I thank the Deputy Mayor for bringing this issue up. How far away is this meeting? I mean, we're making sort of decisions and giving guidance. Are we talking weeks, days, months?
It's not, I don't know exactly when the date of the meeting is, but it's trying to be scheduled. It's being scheduled.
Can I suggest that we schedule it sooner than later, then before we come back to settle the LTP?
This is the OPEX expense, which is half of the
And what value do we get from them?
Oh.
Yes.
Respond to that? Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that there is value. Council received a presentation from EDA just before Christmas, and I think in that presentation, councillors were very happy. Well, they signalled their appreciation for the work of EDA, the projects that they do. They provide support with the driver licensing. They have the workforce development program. They're currently sponsoring a project to review the economic strategy for the Eastern Bays, which we would use for funding applications for Kānoa. And then they provide a lot of support for agriculture development and civil contractors for so they certainly keep busy. And that was presented prior to Christmas. And our relationship with Tourism Bay of Plenty, that $85,000 provides us access to them as a regional transport operator, which provides access to regional tourism operator, which provides the team access with to events and information that they need because we're not an RTO. We also get data and information and reports from them, and Tourism Bay of Plenty provides some marketing and promotion of certain things.
Strategic project support time.
Yeah, strategic project support. So, I mean, we certainly try to get our money's worth out of those investments from those organisations.
When you say that they give sponsorship, does that mean that we're actually giving the sponsorship because we're giving them the money?
Sponsorship?
Well, you mentioned before that they sponsor, I forget what it was, they sponsor something or other.
No, they provide support and leadership. I don't, sorry if I used the wrong word. Toi EDA doesn't sponsor anything. Tourism Bay of Plenty has access to funding and provides like central government funding, particularly for events. It gets channelled through our events. I don't think Toi EDA sponsor anything, but may have got confused with the agriculture work that they do in the agriculture conference. They provided staff support and a bit of leadership with our staff on helping arrange that conference.
Just wanting to ask.
Sorry, I know where I used the word sponsor. They're sponsoring the Regional Economic Strategy Review. That means taking a leadership role in coordination. They are partially funding that project as well. Yeah. But I use the word sponsor in terms of their leadership role in terms of project management.
I thank you for mentioning about their presentation last year, and I have met up with them recently, so I do know that they are more of like a connector and a collaborator, and that they do attract and apply for different products and funding to be able to facilitate hui or workshops or, like you said, the conferences that bring in different groups, either in business or employment. How much, I can't recall, but how much are they generating in terms of our local economy and the opportunities that they're providing? Because, is that the real value that we're really trying to get out of? So it might not be, we're not getting a dollar for what they're earning, I guess, but are they creating those economic boosts in our way?
Yeah, that's what gets covered off in those presentations that Toy EDA does each year, is giving you some visibility of those outcomes twice a year. It's very hard to measure the dollar value of those, but where they're able to connect the dots on a few opportunities, bring a business into town that may not have come into town without that link, create some employment opportunities. It's really just believing that stuff is worth more than the $200,000 that you're currently funding the agency. But it's very hard to put an actual number figure on it. Just as an example, if you sort of think about the volume of Kānoa funding that came into the region as a result of them coordinating that regional economic strategy and those funding applications.
And also the work they did around the Whakatane board mills investment attraction. Yeah, there's significant pieces like that.
How much was that?
The Whakatane board mills investment into the region.
Kānoa funding.
So no, I was saying that the role of TOIDA
yes,
in the business investment attraction piece. So Kānoa didn't put any money into the Whakatane board mills. It was purely private investment, and TOIDA played a critical role.
And what was the value of the investment?
$100 million.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I'm looking at, is that if they're connecting the dots and if they're bringing in $100 million into, the local area opportunities, then that's what I'm looking for.
They also were quite, very involved in the Three Waters. It really helps us a lot. But anyway, I think it is time to have that discussion. I don't know if we can park it for now and.
We're parking heaps of stuff.
Yes.
I'd like to suggest that if there is no contract that says it's a perpetual, we're always going to pay you forever, that it's time to not save ourselves some money. If there is a contract, all contracts get reviewed annually, and I think it's time that we started looking at that value, respecting that TOIDA back in 2018, 6 years ago, their role was quite different from what it is today in attracting those funds into the district, and I'd like to see more justification for the value for both those organisations, but respecting that it's not the time to discuss.
Yeah, and they were costing us a lot less back then as well.
I'm just in quite a bit of disbelief that they didn't even bother to put in a submission asking for their funding.
Oh, they did submit on the long-term plan though, didn't they?
Well, if you want, we can call a time out on this one. But it's almost lunchtime, so why don't we park it for now and then discuss it later?
Okay.
Okay. Section 4.7, management recommendations on other general requests, and there's a list there. No dollar values near them. Well, we can just go around the table if you've got one that you want to.
Oh, actually, I've got all of them I'll make comment on. Can we go one by one, please? So in regard to the Heroes Award, to start with, I thought no, but it's actually going to be cheap as chips to do that, so it's only going to take a certificate and a portrait of the Mayor from the Council Hall of Fame. So I think that we could probably go with that one.
We wouldn't do the Mayoral Award, Youth Awards though.
Pardon?
We already do the Mayoral Youth Awards.
In the volunteer awards.
Yeah.
The library.
Oh, okay.
There's a range of different things that we're involved with. Different.
So you're saying that this is just one award too much? I'm quite happy if everyone agrees to wipe it. I'm quite happy.
Again, I would say that we actually do that through our community boards anyway, so.
So let's wipe it.
We do it at that level. So.
Yep. Just scan it. What about the next one? Security patrols.
I thought we were moving on to the next one. I just had a comment about the award service one. Around that one, I mean, I was supportive of that, but if we do have the other awards, I know one's for youth and then community boards one. I remember it used to be more well known, I guess. I just had a suggestion in there if they were looking at the awards. In Rotorua, they have when they've given the awards, particularly for the youth awards, they partnered with Pack and Save to be able to have a profile of each of those young leaders placed in their public area of the Pack and Save, so that when the community came in, they got to recognise these young people, and that was their award. In a sense, they had a little ceremony for them, but then it was about the community acknowledging and getting to know who those people were. That was all.
Councillor Tanksos and then Councillor Jukes.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Tony. Good suggestion or good thought. So I hear that we have a range of different awards for that recognise local people, and it just thinking if there are people who don't fit within the criteria of those different awards, like there's a youth award and a volunteer. I know we recognise volunteer organisations. If there's individuals who don't fit, presumably there's scope for the mayor to, not as an annual thing, but just to kind of have a recognition of an individual, of an outstanding individual, right? So.
Councillor Jukes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm personally quite happy with the staff recommendation that we consider these requests as part of the annual plan process. I mean, I think we should be allowing the staff to come back in more detail with much more information about each of these as the process allows. I'm not really prepared to be saying yay or nay to all of these now. I would be much preferring that at the appropriate time, staff bring these back as they are recommending.
There's no commitment being made here, really.
No, but I think it's better for us to make a decision, like, you know, if you upgrade a Hopi shop front, well, you know, I don't want to make a decision yay or nay on that. I think that should come back at the appropriate time during the next year for us, and that's all that staff are recommending for all of these ones, is that they come back to us at.
So just a point of clarification, you're saying that none of these will affect year one of the long-term plan, so we've got the next year to decide yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry, Lainey.
So the management recommendation was essentially responding to the fact that we have heard from you and from the community that the direction you would like rates to go in from the consultation budget is down. All of these will push it up, so our recommendation was that we would basically defer any decisions about any of them, and we think that is a fairer way to deal with them.
Yeah, that's the way I sort of read it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Councillor Puller.
Just an aside really, but Kiwi Bank already have a local hero.
Oh, it's a hard
Councillor Dennis.
And that's really good information. So instead of doing a whole lot of different little award ceremonies once a year for the youth and for this and for that, why don't we just have a council award ceremony? We recognise youth, we recognise this, we recognise the heroes with sponsorship funding from Kiwi Bank, and just make it one occasion, you know, and they'd probably save costs actually from having several.
Save costs.
Right? Just a suggestion. Just tidy it up a little bit.
It's quite, doing awards is actually quite important.
Councillor Tanchos, and then we'll put the motion, because I think there's no impact. We're just deferring.
for more information to be coming back to us to make informed decisions.
That's the point I was going to make, actually, is that we actually need more information rather than just what we know off the top of our head.
I mean, if I was pushed to make a decision now, I'd probably wipe the whole lot, just because the well's dry, but
But there may be some
we'll
good
see what
ones.
happens. Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Whatever you want to call me.
Deputy Mayor.
Can I make a suggestion though, that perhaps the first one that we might identify is the Arts Hub? So we've had a lot of support for that. We've just received a support letter from some prominent artists. And that would be of a very low cost to council because we've already got the Wally Sutherland facility.
General Manager Fletcher.
Thank you. We are preparing a report to come to the Living Together Committee on the 6th of June regarding progress with the Arts Hub, Creative Hub, the work that is currently underway. So you will receive an update very soon on progress with the Creative Hub.
Otherwise, happy to support the recommendation.
All right, all those who support the recommendation, please raise their hands. Okay. That wasn't so bad.
Must be lunchtime.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. All right, we're into the real nitty gritty, but no point starting that now, so we will adjourn for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock on the dot.
Dot, eh?
Well,
Not a one.
means that I don't have to come and get you from Okay, welcome back from lunch, everybody. Just before we get back underway, a document was circulated on paper this morning. It hasn't been formally tabled, but it's a document you have already got an electronic version of. It is not for public consumption. We're now at the pointy end of this deliberations, dealing with recommendation number 61, the last of the recommendations actually. I'll ask Lainey to please run us through how you think this might go. I can see that there are tables there offering recommendations for how we can reduce rates numbers, and then a table on FTE savings. So I'll leave it to you, Lainey.
Thank you, Mayor Victor. So if I could just ask you to cast your mind back. We've left this section to the end because obviously it's the place in which we can bring together all of the other information that you've received, not only in the recent submissions process, but right back through to the pre-consultation in May last year, and in the 25 workshops that you've had, and the various versions of the budget since the first draft version was circulated pre-Christmas at about 28%. Obviously, the one that went out for consultation was at 17.1% in the first year, and you received some very strong feedback that that was not palatable for this community. This section of the report is really important because what we would like to hear from you is your clear direction on what you think is acceptable and appropriate with the current context around affordability, around the pressures, the inflationary economic conditions, but also the purpose of local government around those four well-beings and thinking ahead to provide for both the future communities but also those here and now. So it is a big choice or decision that you have to make at this point in deliberations. We would like you to be able to land collectively on a level of rating that you will agree to have in your long-term plan for the 10 years. We don't know what that number is, but we would like, within this section of the deliberations process, for you to give us an indication of that, which will then enable us to go away and prepare the final long-term plan. In terms of this section and what's in it, as I've said, all of the information you've heard to date, yesterday and today, is analysis and recommendations that come from the draft LTP that was circulated in March. Some of the information in this section of the report has preempted some of the considerations that you might want to make about if you would like to reduce the rates, these are some of the strategies that you could consider taking. So there's been a conversation about employees, FTE, and there is a table in here which includes some ways that management think you could adjust the proposed FTE from the draft LTP in order to help bring the rates down, at least in the first 3 years of the LTP. There's also, on tables 1 and 2, there are some kind of other strategic considerations you can think about in terms of examples of ways that you could actually reduce the rates. I did just want to say, management have spent a huge amount of time, as I think you're aware, working out ways to trim costs from particularly the new ideas that were put out, the gateways. They've gone back over and over and over to look at ways to make those more efficient and effective and to streamline them across the whole business, the organisation. So I think from our perspective as a project team, if you are going to make further reductions, it's going to be quite clear strategic decisions that you will need to make as a group about specific activities that you will potentially prioritise as less important than others. So I just want to make that really clear, that there have been a lot of trimmings going on, but there isn't much further to go taking that approach. And that, as we've said in the consultation materials, as we've said time and again in workshops, is due to the conditions that we find ourselves in, and unfortunately the gap that does exist, and so on. So I think you know all that. I just wanted to kind of remind you of where we are, and what this section of the report represents. So in this part of the deliberations, as I said, we would just love to hear from you about where you'd like us to go. We'd love to have some consensus, if we can, on what the final LTP needs to be in terms of the rates.
Okay, thank you, Lainey. I propose that we go through tables 1 and 2 first, and then we get into the more difficult one. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Wish. I just want a clarification. This here on this part of the agenda, it says year 1 down to approximately 16% bracket net growth.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just clarify what that means?
I'll ask Gary to talk to that.
So this is possibly a reminder. We did talk about this before the consultation draft went out. One of the challenges in trying to be effective with communication is that, depending on your perspective of how you look at the numbers, two numbers can both be accurate, sound like they're different, but they're actually based on the same thing. And one of the challenges with rates is trying to communicate what we think the average impact would be on an individual household versus what the shift in percentages from one year's income to another. And what affects that is the number of properties that you're rating for. So in our actual rates document, the total rates increase, for example, in the CD, something like 18.3%, 18.4%. That's year on year. But if we said that, and households thinking on average my rate's only about 18.4%, that's not entirely correct on the average, because by the time we normalise it for the number of properties, the average increase net of growth, which is per property, is actually 17.1. So and this is consistent with a number of other councils, we're trying to do this to make sure that there's clarity of understanding. We are more commonly going to refer to rates increases net of growth. If you look at our financials and just do a percentage year on year, it will be higher, but actually per property, the average will be the one we're referencing.
Can I just clarify? So what I hear you saying is that net of the rates increase per household is not as great as first appears because there's more houses in the time period. There's more houses. So it's
if you just look at the total income, it looks higher.
Thank you.
Household.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can start things off. We're in a bit of a bind here. We're in a serious recession, and there is a cost of living crisis on, at least for most of the community. Could get worse before it gets better. We're in a recession, and we know it because the RBNZ said they were going to give us one, and we've had 2 quarters of negative growth. We had submitters in here from Epic who said that down there in the CBD, turnover is down by 30 to 60%. That's a huge amount. I've got 2 brothers who've got engineering shops in Whakatane and Kawerau. They're on the front line. They do work for industry. They say they've never seen it so bad. And that includes the 2008 great financial crisis. Things aren't good. We know that we live in a community with a high rate of deprivation. And now we know we're in a recession because we need to be bailed out, essentially. We've got a gap that's got created because of exceptional, unprecedented circumstances. Our rate rises, our capital values have doubled in the last 3 years. So things aren't what I'd call normal, and it's pretty tough for people out there. So when you look at the submissions, I heard basically an outcry, people saying spend less, we can't afford it, what are you doing to us? You know, people threatening not to pay their rates, although we've recovered quite a lot of rates in the past. And I just feel a lot of anxiety and stress out there. And that really pains me as the mayor of this place. I think one message that came out very clearly was to reduce spending. And that is something that I've embraced. I've asked for us publicly to try and get our rates down below 14% for the first year. I know we get obsessed about the first year, but really at the moment we're sitting at 42% increase for the average rate in Whakatane over 3 years. That's a hell of a whack. Our community is not just young, it's also got, you know, it's bimodal. It's got a lump of older folk at around the 60 plus age that are struggling on fixed incomes, and then it's got a lot of young people, and then a sort of a little bit of a hole in the middle. So I've heard the message, and I hope that I know these two tables that we're going to look at now are only just a start, and they're probably not going to make a lot of difference. But I'll take whatever savings I can get, and then we'll get to the staffing levels table, which concerns me a lot. I've circulated a diagram that looks like this to councillors. You know, this is a graph of staff costs over revenue, and you know, 10 years ago our staff costs were 22% of revenue. Last year they were 32% of revenue. They're on a trajectory that looks like this. I mean, there could be some reasons for that. Consulting costs are relatively flat. The point that I'd put on this graph today would probably be off that chart if we take what we've got on the table at the moment. For me, that graph is the very definition of unsustainable. We can't go on, we can't carry on that trajectory. Sometime the curve has to bend. I mean, if you take it to its logical conclusion, we'll end up spending all of our revenue on staffing. One solution is to get more revenue. Yes, that's part of what this is about. But there's other ways of doing that too. So anyway, I think we're in a tough place. The community's in a tough place. We're here for the community. So let's get into it, shall we? Table 1, does anybody have any comments they want to make about that first table?
Something coming back to us on that? Was something coming back to us on that, or did we just defer it to today?
Well, the Sullivan Lake is the first item on that table.
No, but was staff bringing something back on that, or we just deferred
We
it?
told
I can't
them
remember.
yesterday that they would.
I thought they said they were bringing something back for us.
I can clarify. Oh, it wasn't that something was coming back. It was just that the consultation document was at 17.1, and through the course of deliberations, these things were proposed to be added. But in order to make it less than 17.1, you would actually have to defer those out of year 1. So it was present them back as that discussion.
Can I just add one thing, that I tried to do some benchmarking on the staffing costs, and I compared us with Taupo. Taupo today is spending 16% of revenue on staffing. Now, you've got to be very cautious about analysing that sort of data. I tried to compare a council that's like us in size and population. Take it with a grain of salt. But anyway, table 1.
Gina's got her hand up. Just speak to that.
Sullivan Lake, yep.
Sullivan Lake, yes. I've got something to say, and then our CFO also just has an update. So I did check with Ian Maloney about the budget last night, and essentially we cut the, so Keith Hamill's recommendation was amounted to approximately a $1 million spend. We cut and refined that twice before we put the recommended budget into the consultation document. So I just wanted to give you assurance that staff have done everything that they can to get the recommended number as low as possible. But there was a question yesterday about could you just do half, and Ian answered that when he was in here, and the response was no, you will not end up with the desired solution. So I just did want to clarify that because we're a little bit uncertain as to what we needed to go away and do. But Gary has also gone away and has demonstrated what he's done.
So we looked at what was presented, and because it's up and down, overall we look at rates in total, but individual items, when you look at them, they have impacts, pluses and minuses. Each year it becomes quite difficult. So for this one, we looked at using reserves over the 3 years to get a more consistent approach to the rating, which also helped us reduce the rates because the majority of this been year one. So the rates impacts move put through that reserve model over 3 years is 0.23%. Just to provide that context.
Instead of the 0.3.
Yeah.
Councillor James.
Yeah, I just want to come back to your comparison with Taupo Council. Taupo's council, their staff salaries and that are closer to 26%, not 16%, and their FTEs are over 400 on their staff, and that came from the CE just last week.
My data's from 2023, so I don't know, is that the latest?
That was what, and I was unsure where that data came.
Well, this comes out of the annual report, so it'll be going backwards, because I don't have that access to that.
And I'd also like to say for Taupo, their tourism, economic development, parks and reserves, and a heap of the infrastructure are external, so they're contracted out. So they don't have the same range of services that are provided by council. And as you said, Mayor Victor, that's the issue about when you're comparing councils. You're not comparing apples and apples.
I did have a proviso in
councils, I just think that needs to be clear because that accounts for a lot of people about whether you contract that out. For example, we had our roading contracted out. We've brought that back in-house, so.
Can we shut that blind so that, because I got to...
Sun strike off the cars.
We don't want him not to be able to see us.
Councillor James has a halo.
Silly.
Okay, Sullivan Lake.
Maybe it's Councillor Dennis.
Have anything on that one?
Can I just say the impacts of delaying that? I mean, it's inevitable, I think, that we have to do something. So just reiterate the impacts of us if we deferred that to year 2. I know you said them yesterday, but it would be good if we hear them again. Like, the lilies will get worse.
Yes, I can answer that as best I can, but I'm not an ecologist, and that's why we brought Keith Hamill in to present to the Living Together Committee. But yes, the lilies will get worse. I understand that this summer that a number of ducks were dying there at Sullivan Lake, which contributed to the massive stench that is what I hear from residents who, the smell of living near Sullivan Lake in particular. And Councillor Boynton pointed out the health and safety risk yesterday that we are also receiving direct feedback and concern from residents on in relation to you don't see the difference between the grass and the water's edge because it's covered in lilies. And I guess you're all we do often hear of, sadly, of drowning incidents in our public places in various features, and so that is a real risk.
Can I just ask that in one of the submissions, I think I saw some sort of craft that goes through the lake and scrapes up all the lilies. Is this something that could be an interim measure just to clear the surface for now till we do,
I'd just like to suggest that we've got the recommendations from the technical people. They've gone through the science, they've provided their best recommendations. I'm just not sure that it's useful for councillors today to spend time in the technical detail because that is what we've asked for. Well, it's the technical
Yeah,
detail
all right,
that we've
okay.
put for in Keith's
That's fine,
report,
yeah.
so. And I think that's exactly what he is proposing to do, is to get the right machinery to pull the lilies out.
Yeah. So they're going to
Low cost.
dredge the sediment. They're going to take away the lilies and do the bottom lining and harvesting of the macrophytes.
Councillor O'Brien.
It's part of their dredging. Their resource consent by regional council that has to be adhered to as far as taking out the native species within the lake. We've done that in the past, climbed in with our whalers, dredged that place with our nets to get rid of the native species. Is that part of their plan? Or is that mentioned in the plan? And what's that going to cost?
These costs are fully inclusive costs. I do not know whether we need a resource consent. I am aware that in the past there was even fundraisers to remove lilies and remove things from the water bodies, but the recommendation is that we do use professionals for this work.
Councillor Puller.
My vote, thank you, Wish. My vote will be not to defer it and to keep it in this year's year one.
It's not keep it in, it's add it.
That's right. It's adding it up.
Year 2.
Okay, so
That's fine.
we've got all those who are for the deferral option, please raise their hand. I guess the deferrals have it. The next one relates to our tapu lagoon.
I won't vote on this.
Yeah. Again, there's a deferral option in front of us. Does anybody have any comments they want to make before we...
Same as the first.
Okay, all those for deferral, please raise their hands. The third one in this table is the potential possibility of deferring the proposed investment in Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group until year 2 of the LTP. Does anybody have any? Councillor Tanchos?
Oh, it's just we were awaiting further information about this one.
Yeah.
To share that. So we reached out to Bapuni Regional
Oh,
Council.
sorry, can you speak up, mate, thanks?
We reached out to Bapuni Regional Council. They've received that submission, but because they haven't gone through their deliberations, they couldn't give us a response. We reached out to Rotorua Lakes and they couldn't provide that. So what I am recommending from the staff is to do a 25%, recognising that we are one of 4 council members on that. We propose that the council consider $30,000 contribution to the TARIG, and then we can communicate that back to the River Strategy Group, and then they can go and give that information to the other 3 councils as their deliberations occur in the next 3-4 weeks, a month ahead.
So that's a total of 30,000.
That recognise year 1 and 2.
30, you s- 30.
30.
In year 1 and 30 in year 2.
30 for both years.
Oh, okay. No, it's not too bad.
Okay. What do people think?
I feel more comfortable with it. And it will help them attract funding potentially
Yeah.
from the councils.
Is that subject to the other councils
I believe
giving a positive?
I heard.
The other 2, we should be deferring.
Well, that's-
No.
That's our offer.
No, yeah.
Sometimes you have to get the first person.
Yeah.
My scan is that every council's waiting for every council to give something. You know, so there's this whole
Someone's
layer of talking
started off.
behind the walls, and you know, we all got different deliberations at different times. there's a level of reassurance when Whakatane steps forward for 30k to contribute to the river strategy. And I actually do want to raise the point to reply to Councillor O'Brien, raised about shared servicing. This role is already currently in place, so this is about retaining that person to carry on the work that they've already done. There's the ability to drop in a member of each of those organisations to support, like you would do the Secretarial Services, admin services, so we did explore that too. There is a level of reassurance where WDC presents that 30k in support of, that the others would kick in. If we say on proviso of, we'll allow 9, but that's your choice.
Councillor Isles.
To follow on then, Paul, if the other two don't come to the party, the 30k that we could potentially commit, is that going to allow them to carry on that work, or is that going to impede it?
Well, I think that's going to provide further longevity once the funding runs out of that individual FTE, and then it will be on our strategy group to then go out and seek further funding.
So one of the things I would say is that we can put this in now. Obviously, that triggers a conversation with those councillors as they go through their process, remembering that hopefully by the time we get to EER or adoption, we will know exactly what their position is, and we'll be able to take a more informed view of that. But I think that based on that, if you're in agreement, we put it in, and that encourages it. But we know that we've still got that point to come back in the question.
I like it.
Happy with that.
So can I have a show of hands for who think that 30,000 to the Tarawera Awa Restoration Group is worth? Yep.
Are you saying, which year are you saying?
It's
for
2 years.
I know that, but the recommendation in here says to defer it from year 1 to year 2.
No,
Let's be clear on what we're voting on. That's all.
We've changed it to year 1 and 2, yeah.
We've had a request from the gallery that they can't hear
Oh,
Victor, and
hear,
they don't know what the decision is being made. So.
Yeah.
Feels like public excluded at the moment.
Okay. We're talking about the $30,000 contribution to the Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group work. The original ask was for 70,000. We're sitting at 30,000 per year for 2 years.
30,000 over 2 years.
Oh, 30,000 over 2 years. Okay, 30,000 over 2 years. That sounds good. Take it. And there'll be a conversation had between the end of this and the meeting in the EER meeting later on about whether or not other councils are contributing. So I've got a show of hands. We're all in agreement.
Unanimous.
Thank you. We're now at table 2. The first item on table 2 is delay climate change projects added in by council pre-consultation. Delay solar investigation project to year 2. Thoughts, Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I wasn't listening closely enough this morning, and I agree with this part of the recommendation. But did we get to anywhere on delaying our EV hybrid fleet, or was that going ahead as normal?
That's not in.
It's not in. Okay. Thank you.
And here we're talking about solar investigation on rooftop, right?
Our council buildings.
Yeah. So that,
Oh, true. Sorry, did we not already have that analysis done last year?
That was a larger piece of work,
Yeah.
just investigating what it might look like.
potential rooftops.
Potential rooftops.
And other places.
And then from there it was like, actually, now let's actually pick some and do a business case for those ones.
Oh,
Because
okay.
there's no real costings on anything.
You had to get the right angle or the right roof, the right size,
That's right.
but it didn't have a return on investment component added to it.
Oh, one of the columns was return on investment. So it looked at about 30 something different options and tested things like angles, position of the roofs, return on investment, location, a whole lot of things. And then from there, the idea was that council would pick a couple if it wanted to have solar on rooftop. There was also the return on payback period was also included in that as well. So out of that we'd extract a bunch, come back to council and propose that council consider investing in them.
Contentious.
So I'm very keen on solar on council buildings. It's something I've advocated since I've been here. And I think that it's one of those examples where an investment yields a reward, you know, that there's actually a significant return on investment. However, given the immediate difficulty with our rates that we're facing, I'm happy to see it delayed for a year, but I would like to see it definitely continue next year.
Yeah, we should add that this is something that we considered for this building at the outset, but we were unable to execute on.
Delay.
Okay, well, those who accept this recommendation, yep. Delay animal control FTE added in by council pre-consultation. 2026.
Question.
Yep. Super.
No.
Councillor Jukes.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's already included in the LTP, and I think that this is definitely an area that we do need to be resourcing more. And we've had significant issues with lack of resourcing in this area. It affects health and safety of people, so I'm actually supportive of this one remaining in the LTP. There is the potential to go from 2 to 1, so I'll see what other people's thoughts were on that, but mine are that I'd be happy to actually leave these 2 FTEs in there.
Councillor Boynton.
Oh, no, I was just making sure
all right. Councillor Dennis.
I would have said the same as Councillor Jukes, and obviously that some other people are going to say that it's quite important. So I'm fascinated that this was one of the things that we really pushed for need to happen from the staff, yet the staff saying we could delay it 2 years. So I'm a bit between and betwixt about that. If the staff think that it won't make that much difference if we delay it, then I'll just have to think about that for a while, because we may be able to delay it.
I think, are we just identifying that there might have been some confusion, because I think what the proposal might have been in the end was to get one now and then delay one to the following year. So we spread it out over 2 years rather than 2 up front.
Okay.
That is a proposal that we consider. I'm just looking at Gary giving me the...
No, I agree with that. I'd probably, for the sake of clarity, want to reinforce that this was simply looking at a strategy of potentially delaying en masse, putting in a freeze until the 1st of January. It wasn't necessarily a recommendation.
Oh, this is just before that table. This was the ones that the council stuck out back in pre-consultation, and I think it went to 2.
Back in.
And this is saying actually it would just go back down to 1.
Oh, well, you're looking, if you turn over the page, that you're saying you could go to minus 0.5, so we've added 2 and you're saying maybe 1.5, but...
It might be that they start in 6 months.
Or it could be doing it
way of defraying cost as well.
Which is what Gary was talking about. The one that would be there would then be delayed.
It would be just a 6-month start, yeah.
Sorry, just to clarify.
Councillor Trenchos.
So, because there's another one further down the column as well, so...
If at the moment in the CD, there are 2 animal control offers from the 1st of July 2024. One of those was added in the final meeting prior to the release of the CD at your request. So we went from 1 to 2. This would be going from 2 back to 1. And then the following table is then taking that one that would start on 1st of July and deferring it until the 1st of January.
Thank you, Gary.
Can I just pick up, I think it's been said a couple of times, these are not management recommendations. These are options, possibilities to consider. The recommendation is highlighted at the end of this section. Thank you.
I think in that case, and thank you for that, it's very helpful. I think my proposal would be to go back to the original one that was proposed, but I wouldn't delay the start of it. I'd have the start of, in July, but with just the one officer.
Go from 2 to 1.
Yeah.
Councillor Isles?
Thank you. Very, very supportive of what Councillor Tantros has just indicated. And just bearing in mind when we had the presentation by the animal control officers, they were saying that they had to deal with 600 roaming dog impacts in the last financial year. And again, this is an impact of COVID where everyone got their fluffy little puppy, and those puppies now are roaming blooming dogs which are creating havoc not only in the Whakatane district but across the whole of New Zealand if you follow the news item on roaming and menacing dogs, etc. So fully supportive that we employ one ASAP.
Does anyone have a view that differs from Councillor Tantros's? No? Well, it looks like.
Hands up.
Right, yep.
Starting
The
one.
proposal by Councillor Tantros, please.
But not JP. Is JP not voting on that?
You're on your way. You're not. It's not unanimous.
Can we have a show of hands again, please? Okay. The suggestion of a or the proposal of Maori relationship strategy consulting fees added in by council through consultation.
Can I just make a point on that one? When we began this meeting yesterday, I mentioned in these two tables, tables 2 and 3, there was a slight confusion around the implications of this item, but also the FTE at the bottom, halfway through the table of the Māori Relationship Senior Advisor. It was an error. It should have read, the impact should have read for this one on the deferring the consulting budget prevents WDC from engaging legal advice for the 18 MACA applicants and implementation. And for the Māori Relationships FTE, the impact of that affects the compliance and ability to deliver on legislative obligations, particularly around MACA and Ngāti Awa relations.
That's a very helpful clarification.
Yeah, so that wasn't here.
Yeah,
So you're talking about the table 2
table
one?
2, the bottom item, the impact should actually refer directly to the fact that no consulting there would prevent WDC from engaging in legal advice for the 18 MACA applicants and the implementation.
So it's direct consulting, advice and legal support to deal with the MACA work program coming through that we're anticipating.
Could we just clarify for anyone who might be listening what MACA is? Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Lainey, carry on.
The impact for delay in the Māori Relationship Senior Advisor FTE,
which is halfway through the next part of the table.
Yeah, is around.
Table 3.
It affects our ability to deliver on legislative obligations, particularly around that MACA and relationships with Ngāti Awa.
It seems that relationships with Ngāti Awa is in there. I'm afraid I'll have to sit this one out.
Thank you. Councillor Tantros?
Well, I think that's a really helpful clarification. This is about our legislative obligations subject to laws enacted by Parliament, and I don't support those reductions. I think those are things we have to do, and we have to resource them.
I agree.
Any other comments?
I agree as well. I'm thankful for that information. It was already in there, but it's fine. We've got that information now, but there are legal obligations, like Councillor Tanchel said.
Mayor?
Yeah, I'm not as comfortable with it. I mean, we have, I know that iwi Policy Hub from the Better Off funding has got some allocation for different iwi, and I feel like we've got more Māori FTE support coming through, and I don't really get why this is part of our legal obligation that we have to do right now. Like what says it has to be done in this coming financial year?
So this is when the MACA legislation is starting to land. Paul, would you like to talk to this, but just about timeframes and clearly the work impact for us of that legislation, please?
So at the moment, you've got a 3-person team that is representing 8 iwi, 80 hapu, 8 settlements, and all of our engagement legislation, 9 pieces of legislation that impact our staff. So every project that the GMs represent, we've got an obligation to iwi in various levels. You've got 3 staff currently mapping over 300 projects for the organisation to deliver on our compliance to that legislation. Yes, you've said that there is some other FTEs coming. This is about phasing. If we don't have that FTE starting in July, we go.
Sorry. Yeah, hang on, Paul. I might just interject there. Sorry, mate. Just to cut to the chase. The MACA legislation is about to come in. The cases are starting to come through the courts. We have to get ready in terms of being prepared to be able to get ahead of that legislation and understand its impact on council and our work programs, which is across everything from infrastructure to recreational, Georgie's area community experience, as well as relationships. So its timing is important because the MACA cases are starting to land through court decisions. The Whakatohia one is the first one through the case. We've got 18, how many of them?
We've got 18 applicants
18
on the
applicants.
coastline.
Yeah.
So every asset that we currently have, as well as all new work, and then the big tranche of resource consent that's coming, the MACA impacts on that. We've got to understand what that means. We've got to engage legal advisors, consultants, to understand what the impact of that is. The law is changing every week at the moment as government goes to understand what that means. Your staff in this organisation will be in front of the High Court judge by October this year giving evidence. And we're trying to understand what it is that we need to present. We've got some experience going through the Whakatohia, but that was just a touch point. The biggest tranche of work for us is coming at the end of this year, and we need to prepare for it. Hence the reason the phasing of that first senior advisor needs to come. We don't want to lose it, otherwise we don't have the resource, and we will be sourcing it from somewhere else in the organisation, otherwise we will not be compliant. And then all of those applicants will go, where's WBC?
So I think the thing for council is to think about on the our relationship strategy consulting fees, our ability for council to participate fully in that MACA. Without the consulting fees, it may impact council's ability to participate in that legal process fully.
It's an organisational risk.
Yes. It's an organisational legal risk. It's a legal risk and a relational risk as well.
So we're basically deferring 280,000 from table 1 to add in more in table 2.
Well, this
is two separate. Yeah.
This is the process we're going through about what's in and what's out.
At the moment, we're on this number 3, right?
Yeah.
Both of which we have got obligations to meet, so.
But this is already in.
It is.
It's in there.
We recommended it to be put in for
It's in the 17.1.
in the CD document.
Yeah.
So that's
And it
it's 13.1.
Councillor James?
So just to clarify, if we don't go with these extra FTEs, the only option will be bringing outside consultants. Is that how I read it?
We would end up.
This isn't an FTE.
These are two different things.
This is table 2.
We've got this, and then we've got resourcing the department.
Yeah.
So
That's not
We're
this.
still on the legal advice for the
Yeah.
MECA process.
We're
dealing with them one by one.
two separate.
They're separate and they're also related
They're
because
related,
yeah,
yes.
you need the advice and then you need to be able to implement and work through the relationship with the advice. So
the question is whether
two separate asks,
this one stays in.
but they're
Yeah.
I would say it's organisational risk.
I think our hands are tied.
Okay, so it stays in. Please put your hands up.
You're voting against that, is that right?
I know, I mean,
We're voting for it.
unanimous.
Oh, so
Stay
your-
in.
so your hand, sorry.
unanimous, but just, can we just note that Councillor O'Brien abstained?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Delay the FTE climate change role. Yeah.
To move, relationship one, because it's related,
I'll just go sequentially. We'll just go sequentially. Councillor Dennis?
Thank you, Chairman. I see the vast importance of this, but I also am aware of the fact that a lot of people are working on climate change and we need to put some cuts somewhere. So I'd agree with this one being put out, not being hide at this stage.
Tashos?
I'm always reluctant to delay climate change work. We've delayed it for decades now. But I recognise we're in the times we're in. Could we get some advice about what the implications of, is this a 6-month delay? What the implications of that be?
Six months probably isn't a huge implication, to be honest, because it's from July to end of the year, start February, and so essentially it would be a status quo carrying on for those 6 months.
I can live with that.
What are we delaying it to? I thought it just said to delay it till next year.
Delay it for, it's a 0.5 FT, so it's delaying it for 6 months.
Can I just clarify that our additional info, we've got it that it's in 2025, 1 FTE.
That was what was proposed, so that was proposed for the draft LTP that went out.
Exactly, but they're talking about someone starting in.
Yep. So that was a summary of what went out with the budget, so that's.
I know.
This is what
I'm just saying that it's not in the budget till the year 1 July 25.
That's the 20, starting this coming July.
So, for clarity, in the consultation.
It's 25.
Consultation document, that is 24-25.
Yeah.
So that is a 24-25 year.
Okay, so if we should write, instead of just 2025, we should write 24-25 on it then, just to be clear.
From a financial year perspective, it's the 25 year.
The next, all these are for the next financial year. But some of those coming back to Councillor Dennis, it's 6-month delay. If there's half of an FT in there, instead of employing them in July of 24, you're employing them in January of 25, yes. Councillor Dennis, which defrays cost, so you end up with half the cost of that in that financial year. Gary, did you want to add to that?
No, that's correct.
That's right, it's just getting the
Further
years
questions?
correct.
All those in favour of delaying, please raise their hands.
How much?
All right. Item number 2 on that list, delay the FTE, Animal Control Officer number 1.
We've already done that.
Right. Yep. Delay Transport Planner. Delays ability to develop key strategic business cases in the transport space. Councillor Tejos?
Again, just seeking some understanding of the implications of that.
So we've got a number of planning business case type pieces of work in our RLTP transport program for growth. Second Bridge, for example, the freight routes and resilience projects. We've got a number of things we've put in around accessible car parking spaces, bus shelters and that sort of stuff. So pushing a transport cleaner out actually impacts those as well.
Any further commentary or questions? No? All right, what's the feeling in the room?
Can I just ask a question? Like, this is obviously just putting it out 6 months. Will there be an opportunity in 6 months to push it out to the beginning of the second year?
We'll be halfway through the financial year. You'll have set your budgets for the year. We'll be developing work programs and associated implementation plans to go with it. So
what would be the implications of pushing it out for 12 months?
you delay that work program for a year.
Yep.
Okay, all those in favour of a delay on this one, please raise their hands.
In 6 months.
Yeah.
Can I just remark on Councillor James, your comment? This is the process to go through this, but after we've gone through this table, you will have that opportunity, as I mentioned when I introduced this section just after lunch, to then revisit and say if further changes are still required. So this isn't a binding decision right now.
Thank you.
So,
It's all right, I've got the numbers.
I think the gallery are asking for you to be able to read that out. Don't at the end when there's a vote taken, the gallery are wanting you to just confirm, and for the online voters saying what was agreed, even though these are for viewers and indicative resolutions only, they're just getting councillors' gauge at this stage.
We're agreeing to delay 0.5 an FTE for transport planner. And well, can we have a show of hands again?
It's not unanimous.
6, 7, 8, 9. So 2 people. So that was for the gallery, 9 voted to delay and 2 voted to keep.
Okay, the next item is the delay of a FTE on waste disposal. Delay in meeting compliance requirements, reporting and levies management. The impact that it would have. Again, we're talking about 0.5 an FTE. Councillor Tanchos?
Thank you. Does this give us any legal risk? Like it says delays in meeting compliance, does it make us non-compliant?
No. And the reason I put my hand up is I would be comfortable delaying the full FTE cost for the whole year.
Thank you.
As a result of?
The change of legislation.
Right, okay, yeah, thank you.
So I guess that makes it pretty clear, Councillor Boynton.
I have a question with that. So how much savings would that make? Because we've changed tact on terms of that waste disposal part. How much would that have cost, and how much savings will we make?
I don't have the detail underneath this, so I guess when we come back with all of the pushing out all the FTEs and these changes, we'll get some more clarity on it. So what we did have is an additional FTE to help get us towards the food waste collection, that sort of stuff. If we're not doing that, we can push that out. So I don't have numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So do you want to vote on that,
Yep.
please, me, Victor?
Yes, all those raise their hands who are in favour of this.
Deferring it for 1 year.
Okay, the next item is the delay FTE Tourism and Cycleway Development Advisor. The impact may be that they lose temporary contracted staff member in this role. Delay in developing destination cycleways, period of no support, tourism recovery and development of new tourism products. Any comments on this? Councillor Tanchos?
So to be clear, this is destination cycleways as a tourism product as opposed to the active whakapāne? Yes.
Councillor Dennis?
I come back to my thing, I don't know if it's our core business at the moment to support tourism, so I'd be quite happy to lay that for a full year. And consider it at the next annual plan. We'll make some cuts somewhere.
Yeah, I'm happy to delay it a year too. All those who, well, hang on, are there any other questions?
Question. I'd like to understand what
impact
from staff. What would that be?
Yeah, there are implications. I've had advice that we can cover it for half a year using our tourism recovery fund. If it was moved out half a year, it still works. We have a person who is working in a temporary contract in that role at the moment, and that has historically been tourism recovery funded. And that person has been supporting the tourism sector with redesigning its or realigning its tourism products with more of a domestic market. We've lost our tier 1 attractive, that's international visitation level. The whole sector is having to reorientate around domestic tourism, and this role has, over the last 2 years, been providing support for the sector. A couple of examples, well, they have been working on the cycleway vision, so that would stop. It would also mean that there is no one to deliver the Edgecombe Thornton Business Better Off Funding project. The French cruise ship that visited here, that was coordinated by this person. Hiwa Oyster Farm has had quite a lot of support from the tourism team around promotions and connections with other providers, and there's been a few other examples as well that I can't think of. But that person has played an active role in helping this tourism sector get back on its feet, and it's still not on its feet, it is still in recovery mode.
For relationships.
Councillor.
Just talk about the relationships and partnerships.
Yeah, well, just other than it's got a lot of relationships, you know, because product development is all about working with the sector, working with funders, connecting the dots, also supporting the events team with a bit of events procurement, so trying to bring new events into town.
So I suppose my comment would be that we talked earlier about having a discussion about Tourism Bay of Plenty, and I think that's a good thing that we should do to see what value we get there. And that conversation, I think, is somewhat predicated on that we can do a good job of supporting our own tourism here. It sounds like this role is significant. We know that tourism is a significant contributor to the local economy. And also hearing that this would make the better off funded cycleway means that may be challenging to implement. All of those things make me think I would not like to see it delayed for a year. But if staff think 6 months is viable, then I'd be happy with a 6-month delay. That's my position.
Councillor James and then Deputy Mayor.
You know, Councillor Tanzos basically covered it all there. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would rather not lose this role and not pay Tourism Bay of Plenty for 12 months, and then you can regroup, or maybe share some of that funding. Because I think you do need some continuity into that. Cycling is the new job for families, you know, and I think there's more well-being outcomes associated with this, let alone the tourism and economic driver.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me why you don't want both? So you're saying that we keep this 0.5 and ditch some of the money we're putting into the tourism?
Plenty, yes.
Plenty. So overall, that would be a drop. So I'm happy with that.
No, I'd rather retain the full FTE that we've got rather than drop it to half the FTE.
Oh, okay, so
But pay it out of the money that you, the full FTE, out of the money that we were given to the tourism.
So that means a net
We've
loss.
yet to bring you the paper though, to bring you the evidence. We talked about Tourism Bay Plenty and Toidia, and what we said is we'll bring you some further information on those, so
We'll have to delay this.
just making sure that we give you full information to make those decisions in an informed way.
Hang on just a minute. So the proposal from the Deputy Mayor is to make this a full FTE with a 6-month delay. And then to...
No, just not halve it, so keep the full FTE and use the money from Tourism Bay of Plenty to help fund it. I don't think you can add that second bit at the end at this stage. I think we can just have it. All right, okay. Retain the one FTE that's already in there. All right.
So, clarification on that. Steve, did I hear correctly that you said that if this was delayed beginning, that person will still be able to be kept on through funding?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
We are able to use our tourism recovery funding to continue this role for another 6 months.
Okay.
Okay.
Which would bridge the gap.
Yeah.
Okay. They went to get people.
Yeah. Okay. So that would meet the deputy mayor.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Okay, are we okay with that?
Andrew's got his unanimous in stage what it is, and not given. So, and one. So 10 and 1 against.
Just on that, so we're going to,
Just agree with it. I'm not saying just you agree with it. We are agreeing with what proposed.
With the recommendation.
Is it okay if you can
I think
state
you
the
get rid of the whole
recommendation
thing,
when
so
we
I'm
go?
gonna vote no.
Just say that we.
Okay. Delay the FT and Maori Relationships Senior Advisor, and this has got legal implications.
This is what got me confused.
Yeah.
Because before you said you couldn't do without it, and then at this table we. This is our strategy. This is the implementation of our strategy.
So the previous conversation that we just had, one was the consulting fees. This is the FTE coming forward to July to pick up the work straight away in order for us to prepare. So the role, which has been phased out and been delayed as proposed, carries two parts. One, internal preparatory work for the MACA and other pieces of legislation that we need to get into. The second part of that is the relationship lead for one of our biggest iwi that has got no coordination at the moment, so we are just going in individual items, which is creating significant pressure both internally on us and on them. So if we delay it further, increase risk to the relationship and strain, and also our inability to actually, we'll have to source that FTE resource from somewhere inside the organisation. If we don't get it in, it's been phased out, we're asking for it to be phased as it was proposed in the last discussions, starting in July this year.
Councillor James.
So as I read it, you're saying delay 0.25, but still asking for so you're asking for 2.5 to July.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the 0.25 is the start date of October. We're asking for it to come back in July, come forward. The other two FTE, one of them is the CapEx FTE that is capitalised, which is part of the resource consenting work that needs to start, which has an impact on the MACA, which has an impact on the legislation. So what's happened is, you would have, if you can remember, there was a gateway from our team for FTE, and there was also another set of gateway which is focused purely on the resource consenting project, which Bevan's team's leading. They were after a different set of skill set. They have all slid in, and what you're seeing there is a combination of those. So
you're asking for one FTE
One
to
FTE.
start on 1 July.
that's the 0.25, but the bigger picture is the other gateways that aren't as part of this discussion at present.
They're already in the budget.
I think
For the sake of clarity.
Yeah, thank you, Gary.
For the sake of clarity. At the moment, there are 3 establishment roles in CD in year 1. 2 of them were already scheduled to only come in on the 1st of January. 1 of them was scheduled to come in on the 1st of October. This comment, with this line, would push that one from the 1st of October out as well to the 1st of January. So if you said yes to this, or indicated yes to this, then all 3 roles would then be on the 1st of January.
So I'm still a little bit confused.
Yeah, it's confusing.
And partly the difficulty, as Lainey pointed out earlier, that these are not staff recommendations, they're just possibilities. And I think that confuses the conversation a bit. So that was helpful, Gary, I understand what you just said. And so my question then is to Paul. What I hear is that you're saying that you wouldn't want it pushed out to January, you'd want it to start in October as originally proposed.
In July.
In July.
July.
So if we were to follow that recommendation, basically this is the point here in the table is null and void really. It's just saying that we want that brought forward to July, which I would support because I think this is another question where we've got legislative obligations. We have to comply and we need the resource to ensure that we can comply. Otherwise, if we don't give it through the front door, it's going to come in through the back door somewhere because someone's going to have to do it. So we might as well be up front and resource it properly.
So we leave this in, basically.
Say again?
You can just wipe it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So can I just clarify then, if we go from our additional information sheet here, where it says 24-25 is 2.75 in first year, 2.75 second year, and 1 third year. And you're saying now, we're saying to leave that exactly as it is, just to clarify.
Thank you.
Can I offer another hopefully helpful piece of background information? So
Don't confuse us more though.
I'm sorry, I'll try not to. I just want to, I guess, just from my perspective, the roles that are on your additional information, but also the ones that are in the table that we've put up as possibilities to adjust, were in the draft LTP in response to the work programs that you requested us to plan for, and that is the resource that management felt was appropriate to be able to deliver those work programs, whether they were compliance driven, whether they were aligned to your strategic priorities. So the people that are in the draft LTP budget right now, which includes the additional FTE requested, are to facilitate those work programs that you asked council to deliver. So it feels like we're heading into that territory now of what happens if we don't do those. It is the work programs, it is the strategic priorities. So yes, this table that we're working through is not actually suggesting any real changes to those 3 FTE that Paul put through as part of his proposed gateway. Does that help? It's sort of just anchoring the work to the people and the fact that they were put forward by staff to deliver the work in the draft LTP. But it sounds like we're now going into reviewing those FTE.
Isn't that what?
Okay, all right.
I'm surprised and
Yeah.
confused us by being.
Yeah. It's like, we're not doing this, but do this, but don't do that.
So it's because we're getting down to the
nitty-gritty. We've been looking across multiple roles and figuring out how we can bring them together. When you've got different skill sets that you require in different roles, but how do we bring them together, reduce cost, and often delay the cost by starting them later. Yeah. But on assessment, when we've had a look at it in this time, what we're saying to you is, honestly, this is what we think in terms of the requirement to meet legal obligations, to not let partnerships slide, to be able to get ready for these things. Otherwise, that cost will be incurred somewhere else in the business because it's a cost of business, pretty much, in terms of legal compliance. So And it's confusing, I know, but that's what happens when we try to move parts of the difficult LTP to try and reduce costs down.
The other part to that, because we've had this discussion before when we've looked at that role before we went through this whole process, was that it was going to be much more cost effective investing in this than it was to actually end up having to have paid consultants, which was the usual thing, outside to do all this work. And that whānau or the public had to understand that the Māori relationships team isn't just solely focused on just only Māori, but it works alongside the different departments within the council to be able to support in those areas. Is that right?
Yes.
So it's not just a one focused team on a specific thing. They are alongside all of the teams. Yeah.
And it's building our capability, which you don't get when you hire consultants to do this work, contractors. So it's building our own internal capability. And the other key aspect of this is it's relationship based. So you're working through complex issues over many years that are legally based, and you develop relationship with people. And there is a value to that and a productivity gain if you've got teams of people that are capable in these spheres, as opposed to using externals. So that your relationships, your reputational relationship, your relational relationship is actually held in-house. And that's the advantage of what we're trying to do. So reduce cost, reduce the numbers down to what we can, but get the skills and experience that we need in a new area, and significantly new areas too. If we were inland, we wouldn't have these issues to some degree, but we're not.
All of this table just delays 4.25 FTEs.
Yeah, for 6 months.
And it doesn't eliminate any, really.
That's correct.
But we're not going to do it.
So is there any point going further down?
Well, we're not going to delay this one now.
We're not
No.
going to delay it later.
I think
It
it's
starts up.
it looks like we're just going to go with what's proposed in the LTP, which is the 2.75 for 24-25.
Have you voted on this?
So the vote would be to leave.
Just leave it.
Leave
No
what's
delay.
in the LTP with no delay.
Councillor Tanshas?
No, I was just.
Voting.
Oh,
Yeah. I'm doing your trick, Andrew.
That's the one. You're learning fast.
I'm an abstention.
Who's abstaining?
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Do you want to say that for the gallery?
All the votes released?
9 for, 2
9-4.
abstained, and JP was against.
9 for, 2 abstain.
2 abstained.
Two, not two.
No, not that.
Two. Yeah.
How many we got?
You'll do.
Okay, social media. Delay in improving social media platforms to communicate council news, events and the initiatives to residents. Another delay.
I think, Mr Mayor, we can probably do all three together.
Yeah.
So just to let you know, the organisation development lead, we've got a new people and capability manager in place. We've looked at work programmes. We've got a number of other significant internal projects starting next year, so we can defer that for the full year.
Oh, yeah.
Are we taking that out altogether? The organisational lead, development lead?
Yeah.
Delay for a full year.
Mr Chairman, can I suggest we do the same with the social media one? We've got a very good social media team. Our Facebook page is just awesome. I don't see why we can't delay that for a full year too.
So, just in response to that, could I say that yes, it's doing a job at the moment, but it's growing all the time. Over the last day and a half, you've agreed a whole load more projects and initiatives, and whilst we are scaling back, we are looking at a record infrastructure programme for the next 3 years. Comms isn't an add-on to any infrastructure work, as we saw with Landing Road. You know, you're an infrastructure company, and any infrastructure company relies on comms, particularly social media. We're sharing it amongst the team at the moment. Sometimes we lose a couple of hours, and once you're not part of that conversation on social media, you're kind of out of the loop. We have made some terrific gains, but it does need a dedicated resource. The other thing I would add is that, yeah, we're doing Facebook well, but there's a whole demographic that we're missing around TikTok or on Instagram, and it does need attention. You can't just dip in for an hour or two a week and do it and share it amongst the team. It needs a dedicated resource. We're proposing that we'll delay it till February, but if we want to do social media well, and I think we do, it does need a dedicated resource. The other thing we've looked at is getting external in. I don't know whether any of you would try to hire a comms, but you're looking around the best part of $2,500 a day to get an external comms social media experience. So this represents good value for what we get in that space.
Well, since you've delayed the organisational development leave for a year, we may be quite accommodating to support the social media specialist.
For half a year.
You know, at some stage we have to make some cuts to that. Some
Okay.
stage we have to bring the rates down so that people actually afford them. And I know it's
Pushed
hard,
out for the year.
and I'd like to agree for all these to be full-time, I really would, but at what stage do we try and help the people out?
Mr. Chair, it's not going to go away, so next year you're faced with add-ons as well, so you're kicking it down the road for a year. It's still going to be there. So next year's rates are going to be higher than what we put in.
Interest rates might be lower.
Inflation might be under control.
I mean, these are all delays. The question is, what are we going to remove?
I'm happy to remove.
Anyone support the removal?
Of what? Social media, are we doing the social media one, Mayor Victor?
Yes.
We're on the social media roll.
Well, I can speak to it.
Yeah.
First of all, I agree with Councillor Dennis that we do have a really fantastic social media team. And the engagement and the tone of the engagement and the quality of the substance has been fantastic. And I think a lot of people really rely on that. Like I think our team's able to produce material that lands really well, that's really informative for people. And increasingly people are getting their information from social media. You know, that's a lot of people, that's their main source of information. They don't read the paper, they don't watch the news, they get it all curated through their social media feed one way or another. So it's a really important function, and I do think that the importance of it expands. The challenge that we've got, of course, is that we are always being asked to communicate better, and even in the course of this process, we've had people complaining because we didn't communicate well enough, and we put a lot of resources into communication, and we kind of have to, because we're a democratic organisation, we can't just make decisions and ignore the public. We're accountable to the public in a way that a corporation isn't. So I think we have to. I don't see how we cannot continue to develop in that space. I welcome the delay for 6 months. I think that's helpful because we've got this year one rates increase is a big lump, and it's hard for people to swallow. So I appreciate the fact that we can try and ease that a little bit. I think we do have to invest in the communication space.
I think we'll take an adjournment for 15 minutes. I'm waiting to work through this table.
But we've actually already done most of them.
Yeah.
You've just done most of them.
All right, so councillor, for the complete removal of this one, there were only two. We're on the social media. Where are we sitting on that one?
Remove.
I'm removing.
It's to remove.
To remove?
Remove. Those to remove?
Remove entirely.
Yeah, only two.
So what are you asking the others to vote for? The FTE for 6 months?
Yeah.
So the
delay for 6 months.
Delay for 6 months.
They wanna-
Social media for the delay.
Whatever's left, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
The next one is the organisational development lead.
So moved.
Deferred it for 1 year.
Deferred
For a
for
year.
a year.
For a year.
Beat you to it, your worship.
Aye.
I beat you to it.
Well, tick for you, Evelyn, for listening.
So we can vote on deferring it for 1 year.
Okay, defer for a year. And the financial services continuous improvement lead. Deferring for
No, that's the 6 months.
6 months.
6 months.
Could I,
I want to speak to that too, yeah.
yeah, rather than just go to vote, Gary, could we have an assessment of the implications of this? Could it move to a year? Even a 6-month delay, is that create difficulties for us? What?
I suppose, again, hard one to put it in context. We've got a paper going to risk and assurance next week. Last piece of audit that indicates that we've got a lot of things we need to improve upon. To improve the audit process, to improve the information we bring to you. You know, some of the things we're facing today in terms of the information and clarity of information is because we're not as efficient and effective as we need to be. I think we do need to make those continuous improvements. Ultimately, it's just about pace and impact on the community. So, you know, I would rather than be 1st of July like everybody else, but I recognise the issue and I'm prepared to work through and we'll find a way of still making improvement. But you know, there will continue to be the situation as there is now. When you ask for things, I will not be able to deliver them as timely as you would like or I would like. You need to accept that.
So we're delaying.
Well, Julie wanted to speak.
I was probably actually going to ask the same thing as Nandor, and I do actually feel that this is an area, it is actually quite important that we do actually resource it. We've got a lot of things happening in this space. New digital services and all of that is coming as well. So, but if our GM says he can live with it for a delay of 6 months, then I'm happy with that.
I mean, I'll find a way of juggling some, like as you say, digital services. There might be some delays in start of other roles. There might be some vacancies we can hold over. I will still be committed to delivering a program of improvement. It will just not be quite the way I thought it would be.
So you're moving to vote on the delay for the half the year? Yep, half FTE.
All those for the delay.
6, 7,
10.
Okay, so that takes us to the end of that table where what we accomplished was a whole bunch of delays and almost no removals. I'm not sure what the tally.
Transport.
Actually, I can actually just clarify exactly what was the amount which we need to do.
I think it would be very useful.
So from the 17.1, council has talked about getting 15k in year 1 for the Parawira forum. There has been an adjustment with the Murupara based.
Yeah, fees, transfer station.
Have we delayed that for a year?
Steve, would you like to just clarify that, and we'll do it when we come back from the break?
Yeah, I think
We're
that's
going
the
to time
best.
just to make sure that you're absolutely accurate.
Yeah.
Is all this stuff needed
Everyone
in
needs
before
a break.
Yeah, that's right.
You can come.
During the break.
Yeah.
We can do it during the break.
Okay, so we'll take a 15-minute recess, I think.
2:40 exactly.
Can you just give us a little bit more?
2:45.
2:45.
2:45. Welcome back, everybody. Lainey, could you just take us through what we've decided so far?
Yes, thank you. Just a quick check-in. Where are we? And we are nearly at the end of day 2. We put aside 3 days. So I just want to mention that if it gets complex from here, we still have overnight. We still have the opportunity to go and reflect. So I'm just putting that out there. We aim to finish at 4 today. That was really helpful. We heard some very clear direction from you. So thank you for that. It was a really important part of the meeting. In the last section, and item 4.8 so far, we heard you indicate that you would like to see the following changes. So still on section 4.8, which is page 20 of the agenda. So I'm just doing a bit of a summary, just so everyone's really clear. So in terms of what was left as per the consultation document budget, the role for Paul's team, the Senior Māori Relationships Advisor, is still as it was. So is the consulting budget to do with the MACA legislation. So that remains unchanged as per the discussion we just had. You agreed indicatively to delay the solar study and then 8 FTE roles. So you agreed to delay 3 roles for a full year. The Animal Control Officer, that is the second one from what was in the consultation document. The Organisation Development role and the Waste role. And then you agreed to delay 5 of the FTE from the consultation budget to delay those for 6 months. One was financial services, climate change, transport planner, social media, and the tourism product development. So those 5 are delayed for 6 months. And then you have added in budget for the Sullivan Lake and Awatapu works to be carried out in year 2. And you've added in 15,000 per annum for year 1 and 2 for the Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group. There are 3 things still unresolved, which are the budget for Toi EDA and Tourism Bear Plenty, and the Murupara Refuse Transfer Station fees and charges. Steve.
On Toi EDA and Tourism Bay of Plenty, I propose leaving things as is and doing a review of those contracts in the first year of the LTP, well, basically as soon as we've completed the LTP, and have a comprehensive discussion and make an informed decision about those contracts. That enables us to prepare good background information for councillors to consider, and then they can make their decision.
And we'll have a discussion about that in a few moments, potentially, but just so you are all clear, that is what we heard. The implication of that is that we think we're currently sitting somewhere around 16.1, 16.2 in year 1. If you now decide to defer charging at the Murupara Refuse Transfer Station for a year, as was proposed, that would look more like 16.4, 16.5 in year 1. And what we'd really like now, if it's possible, is to hear from each of you where you're sitting in relation to that recommendation at the end of the agenda, at the end of the report 62. Page 23, recommendation 62, that you now provide guidance to us on the rate increase that you propose that the long-term plan budget now has in it.
For the purpose of Lainey, would you just like to describe why that's important right at this point in time?
Yeah, so after tomorrow, we have approximately a week to bring back to you the final long-term plan, work programme and associated budget. So it's really important that we know how much further work is to be done. We would then provide that to you in draft form for the committee that takes place on the 23rd of May, and we would like you then to approve it at that committee that it can go to audit. So the audit is currently planned to be carried out between the 27th of May and the 6th of June. And assuming that there aren't too many significant changes from that point on, the intention is still that we would have a long-term plan ready for adoption on the 20th of June.
And to lead into that, Lainey, doesn't it, by asking for this, it gives us time to be able to take any further direction from councillors today and use today and tomorrow if we need to come back to councillors with any further information, trying to meet that deadline.
Thank you, yes. So at this point in time today, if we can have that clear direction about where you're sitting on that rates guidance, then we still have tomorrow, if we need it, to work through some additional strategies that haven't yet been explored in terms of the work programme and the budgets.
So you want each councillor to give a rates guidance for year one?
I would find that helpful if you're prepared to do that.
Thank you, Worship. First of all, I want to say thank you very much to Steve, Lainey and the whole team. We realise there's been a lot of wriggling and angst to try and get to the point that we are at the moment. For me, I'm still not comfortable with 16.1 or 2. I'd like to go down to 15.2. The basis for that is that it would still meet the 15% threshold to meet with Audit New Zealand and the timeline. And in reality, it's about $700,000 in OPEX that you would need to find to go from 16.1 or 2 to 15. And I don't mind what program of work gets delayed, deferred, parked, or an FTE.
Councillor Rangiaho?
No, I'll pass for now.
Councillor Isles?
14%.
Councillor Tanchas?
Can you come back to me?
Yep. Councillor Puller, 17.
So I was comfortable with the 17.1 because we're only kicking stuff away otherwise, and next year just adding on to it. But if it works at 16 point, well, it's either 16.1 or 16.4, isn't it? It's where you are. So 16.4, I can live with. Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien?
Like we're at 16.2, but I want 15.2. One more percent.
Councillor Dennis?
14%.
Councillor James?
First of all, thank you to the whole team. Which is a massive undertaking, and I don't envy your jobs any more than you envy ours, but well done. I can live with 16.1. I'd prefer around the 15.5, but I also feel that we don't want to be delaying too much, pushing it on to the following year either, because we're going to be sitting there in 12 months' time having the same discussion. So 16.1, preferably 15.5.
Kia ora koutou. Me hea te kia mō tō mahi, mō tō kaha, mō tō kōrero. Te tautoko i a tātou hapori. So I just really want to thank you all, the staff, for the work that's been done over the last couple of months. And also to mihi to our whānau and our communities and public who came in to submit and participated as part of the submissions process. I think that's really important to be able to support us in forming our views and the decisions that we're making. For me, I understand that we had a rate before we came into this, so I would sit more comfortably with 15.2. Because, you know, we did have a workable kind of area there prior to us leading into the 17.1, and that's mainly because of how difficult it is for whānau and the kōrero that came back through the submission.
Councillor Dukes.
Thank you. Same as everyone else, thank you very much. I've been involved in many long-term plans as staff member and also as governance, and I think this, I can say, has been the best one I've ever been involved with over my over 20 years. So thanks, and yeah, you've made it quite easy for us to work our way through everything, so thank you very much. It's currently the 16.45 because we have voted for the Middlepara transfer station, so it's not 16.1, it's currently 16.45. Look, I can live with that, but if I had to give you a lower number, I would say 15.2, but I can live with the 16.45.
Councillor Rangiako.
So, probably one of the things that I had to look at was the unintended consequences of where the rates would fall and their impacts on families. Will higher rates levels discourage investors better quality homes for renters? Because it was sitting at 17.1, and I really think I must give acknowledgement and thank fellow councillors around the change when it came to the transfer station. I would go to 15.2.
Councillor Tanchos.
Yeah, so to echo the comments of other people, thank you for taking us through, guiding us through this process. It has been, as Julie said, it's been a really good process, the best one I've been involved in as well, and I haven't been here as long as she has. And I feel like we have grappled with the real questions that we've got to grapple with. We've been at the right level of governance level without getting too stuck into the operations, and I feel like we've controlled it, so the decisions that come out of this are councillors' decisions. You know, it's not staff leading us by the nose. We made these decisions and we have to own them as representatives of the community on this council. I don't like the approach of giving a number because it doesn't really it doesn't grapple with the real question is what do you leave out and what do you leave in, and that's where the nitty gritty is. And in a sense, it's a bit of an abdication of responsibility. We say, "Oh, give us this number, and we'll give it to you to go work out where the priorities are." So it's not really the approach that I like. It's a bit of an easy way out for us. And as we've been through these papers, we can see that there's no frivolous things in here. There's no wasted money and greedy councillors trying to feather our own nest. There's nothing like that here. These are all programs and projects and services that the community wants and we're trying to deliver, but we're trying to prioritise because we have limited budgets. So I suppose for me, we went out to consultation with the 17.1 rate suggestion proposal. I wanted to see us come down off that because I know that's high, and that was still cutting a lot of things that we thought we needed to do. But coming down off that, wanted to see that. If we've got to a 16.4%, 16.5%, I think that's great. That's a significant reduction. If we can get it down further from that to in the 15s, as people have said, then that would be great too. I'd support that. But I think that staff have done a really good job at identifying where possible cuts can be made, and I think we've gone through a good process ourselves. So thanks to the staff, but also to my fellow councillors.
Sorry, what number did you take?
I said that 16.4 is great, better than 17.1, and if we could get it down into the 15s, I'd be even happier.
So 15.5 is in the 15?
We're not letting you off the hook either. This isn't where it stops. We'll be having more conversations. But, yeah.
And we'll probably put everything back in.
Well, I always said sub 14, so 13.95 is sub 14. 13.9. I know that there is no beautiful way to do this. But anyway, you've got some guidance. You'll come back to us. Or
I think
you've got enough to work with.
I mean, it sounds like the median, I'm just doing the numbers in my head, is around about 15.5, 15.6, somewhere around there. And it feels like if we headed towards that, we would have enough votes to carry an LTP. Just putting that on the table.
So the reason I asked for that guidance is because I think it really helps the conversation now across the group, because you now have an understanding. When we came to you a couple of weeks ago with the kind of implications, we presented that anything sort of under the high 15s could put pressure on our audit timeframes and could actually jeopardise the whole process, which I think you understand. So now I think it's not that we now go away and come back to you, it's actually that the conversation starts between you. That's my perspective on that. You know, we've said we're at 16.1 or 2 or 4 if Murupara is deferred, and we're hearing that 15 point something is the number where most of you are sitting. So there's a gap there. And I'm not sure that we can now give you the answers of how to close that gap. That's a conversation that needs to happen here.
We can go away though, Lainey. I think we need to go away and also do the work that we can while councillors have conversations and
say yours and then.
yeah, I think that there's time enough for us to adjourn and to have both mutual. I think the executive, we need to go away and take that guidance and see what we need to do and come back and have a further conversation with councillors tomorrow, given it's now 3:20, and lead that conversation through tomorrow to see
We're here till 5 o'clock.
the options. Yeah, I don't think any of you want to be still here at 5 o'clock tomorrow.
I mean,
We're going to be here at 5 for the.
Oh, today?
Yeah, for another meeting. We've got another meeting at 5.
Yeah.
Yes. Gary, what were you going to say?
So one of the things I found that helpful. I think one of the things I'm trying to reflect on is, in terms of a process, trying to land this on a dime is not easy.
That's right.
And I really want to stress, you know, having been in local government now for almost 2 years, this is one of the most complex planning processes that you have to do from a financial perspective. The complications of activity-based funding, targeted rating, fees rating, general rating, differential rating, reserves management, right, is about 10 times the complexity that most large corporate organisations would have to deal with in this exercise. The reason I say that is the environment we work in continues to move since we released the CD, right? So as CFO, myself and the finance team will continue to look at the structures that we have within those. You know, the reserves management. I need to think about what the implications of, as we've developed the potential for credit rating, what implications that might have in relation to the interest costs that are part of there. So some of the opportunity may exist within that. I'm not guaranteeing it, but I'm probably just putting that out there, that those are things we will continue to look at, not just service and OPEX, but you know, the costs that are not directly impacting the outcomes for the community.
I was going to say, with this process, can we not allow staff, without affecting our audit timeline, and are we able to give staff a week or a few days to go away and work on this? And
we don't have a week. We have to prepare the document to have out for you early next week to get it to ER for approval for the 23rd.
We do have backup timeframes though. I mean, are we breaching any legislation by having a delay? Because there is still the ability to be able to do that, because I think it's really important that we're able to be confident in the rate that we strike rather than the time frame be the important thing, for that. I mean, yes, I know we have an audit requirement, but there was also a time factor put in there as a backup time period in the table for us.
So I hear your point, Councillor Boynton, and absolutely landing in the right place with a very strong, robust LTP is really important. What we've outlined all the way through the process, though, is that if you miss your last opportunity to strike the rates, which is not transferring the process into delay till September or an enhanced annual plan, we need to meet the energy and environment resilience timeframe of the 23rd, because any delay, we've got backup meetings in case things come out of the audit, and we need time to then adjust things post-audit to bring to you for your final adoption. If you move past July, you lose your ability to strike the rates in that first quarter. That means that any increase in the rates, our community will be absorbing in the first quarter and having to pay in 3 instalments, not 4, which is something that you agreed a long time ago that you weren't happy about occurring. So we're still trying to stick to a time frame where we approve and get audited in May, June to strike the rates as the latest is 14th of July. But this end of the process is really important, because it then allows us a bit of time frame around the audit, which is what we advising you, and audit and risk have advised, to make sure we get through that process.
So does it have to be at the EEC committee meeting? Can we not, within our powers, be able to hold a special meeting to be able to do that?
It's just that it's booked in to go to the audit immediately after the EER meeting.
And if we lose our audit slot, we miss our ability to strike the rates at the right time.
We get booked in with Audit New Zealand, their time slots are allocated to councils. So if we miss our date, we then have to renegotiate with them when we can get our audit process. So that's just outlining the process and why, it's incredibly tight and difficult. But I do think we've got this period of time today, overnight and tomorrow to see where we can land with you.
I think we have some of the start of next week as well before we get to a point of releasing it. I think we're okay doing that, and I would recommend that we do.
Yeah, I thought it was
I don't recommend that we try to nail
So
everything.
we talk about Monday, Monday, Tuesday, but we still have work to do after tomorrow, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we've still got Monday, Tuesday.
We're here Monday.
When is the paper due for ER? So we just have to follow, we have to follow those timeframes to be able to provide for ER.
Deputy
And
Mayor
we hear your message.
has
I have a question. So Gary, the audit period is from the 27th of May to the 7th of June. It's 2 weeks. Are they here every day for 2 weeks doing that?
To be here for the 2 weeks.
It will take them the full 2 weeks every day.
Yeah, they have some complexity and they have some challenges in that period. We've talked about this, and this conversation highlights how tight this is and how there are some moving pieces that we're trying to juggle, right? The papers generally for EER would be released ideally from us to governance on the 16th, governance to you guys on the 17th, meeting the following week. That means you've got the meeting scheduled for the 23rd, right? 23rd, and then we would release those papers after EER on the 27th. So I believe that we have the ability to work through as management the issues that are on the table over Monday, Tuesday next week, roll the papers through. We may, this is probably my backup option, my plan B, we may focus on the content of the first part of the structure in the ER to begin with, and then you may have to have another meeting for ER in line with the audit report to do the finalisation of the financial pieces. We did talk about that in the steering group as a backstop. I don't think we're actually at that point of thinking that's what we're going to have to do, but we're just putting it out there. So I think we're all online with releasing the papers at the end of next week.
Our think that's up to councillors too. If you're happy if the papers come out one or two, a little bit later than they normally do, given your familiarity with the information, and we can clearly outline what the adjustments are, that gives us a bit of breathing room as well to better those reports to you.
That's why I suggested you coming back to us like early next week, because I didn't think you had enough time for tomorrow.
Thank you, Councillor Jukes.
I didn't think it was going to upset the apple cart too much.
Yes. Councillor Boynton first.
I just wanted to ask, before everyone, gets sent away, if there is a possibility that we can settle on a number, because we all gave different numbers, and then Steve said, oh, that's roughly about 15.5, but I'd like to be confident that we have settled on a particular number, on what that number is, and know that that's what the staff is going away with.
15.03 is the average of what was said.
15.03.
Well, I just calculated it.
Well, I think if you took all the lowest ones, some people gave a range. We got to about 15.4, 15.35.
So yeah.
But Mr. Chair, some of those numbers have got no logic or no reason. You get a number out of the air. It doesn't work like that. We had a staff that said us today, well, if we do what you've asked and cut all these things out, the number's 16.1. Or if we keep the Mirrapara waste in at 16.5. What are we saying to them? Oh, we want to do it at 14. You physically can't do it. Well, you can, but we wouldn't be doing half the stuff. I can't figure out why those numbers don't make any sense that you're talking about.
Well, they asked us for guidance when we walked in, which is what we were doing.
But you've got no logic to those numbers except, I think it should be here.
The second part of the recommendation 62 says, if required, council to outline specific changes or areas for management to explore to meet the target rates levels, acknowledging likely impacts on levels of service and strategic outcomes, which will be highlighted in the final long-term plan report. So I understand that an adjournment might be a sensible path right now, but I also would like to suggest that tomorrow we do need some further guidance, not just the number. And you're right, we do need to go away, management need to go away and look at how to deliver that. But that specific area of change is very important.
I mean, we got to this point with what we all considered to be a pretty robust process, right? I mean, we've been working at it for 8 months or something. I mean...
15.
Okay, 15 months we've been going, and we got to the thin end of the wedge, and you've asked us for guidance, because you do need that guide to know how far down you can go. So I'm satisfied that to leave at this point, really. I don't see that there's any real choice.
If we don't, we're all going to come up with
new things,
individual different things. And you're not going to get any better guidance. We feel it's better for you to go away and take the time and come back to us. I'm saying exactly what I'm agreeing exactly with you, Victor. I'm supporting you, trying to support you. That it's better. We feel that you're more informed about everything, and it's better to put it back into your hands than for us to randomly come up with all of our different things.
You're just going to get a diversity of views. Councillor Tanshaws?
I'll make an analogy to trying to edit an essay, right? And it's, you've got 6,000 words and you're trying to get it down to 5,500. And you can do that by going through and cutting out a few words here or tightening up the language a little bit on a sentence here or there. And you can save yourself a few hundred words like that. But if you've got to get it from 6,000 to 5,000, you've got to chop paragraphs. That's the difference, and that's where we're at. If we're talking about dropping down to the numbers that we're talking about here, we're talking about cutting paragraphs. And I don't think it's reasonable to say to staff, you go and cut paragraphs.
Yeah.
That's something that us as governors, I think, that's the decisions. Because it's about what do we prioritise as an organisation. And I think it's an abdication of our responsibilities to go, you go set the priorities for the organisation. That's our job. Strategic prioritisation, that's our job.
That's what we're going to come up with something.
Yeah, we will. And that's the difficulty, is that now, at this stage in the process, we're suddenly going, we want it down here. Well, if we want that to happen, we need to say to staff, that's because we want you to cut this thing out. We're going to cut that section of the business out. That's what we're talking about, right?
Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I think when we started the process, we set up at 38%, and then we came down to 27, 28.7, and we landed on 17.1. But there's also a plan for the budget version of the 17.1. And this is actually where we're sitting at now. And so actually I don't agree, Councillor, that we're asking them to cut and slash and burn, because we already had a little bit of a presentation of what the bare bones might look like. I mean, some of us would like it to be more. But I think there is still really a framework on looking at FTEs, looking at projects. And I know we've already deferred and delayed a few things, but, you know, there are going to be some projects out there that will happen in the next 12 months that still the community will think, was that necessary? So it's really like just pressing pause on one or two of those type of projects, whether they're CapEx or OpEx, just so that, you know, we can actually just fine hone, you know, that number a little bit more.
But we were given that budget, but we put a bunch of stuff back. And we've just been through a whole lot of stuff, and we didn't go, yeah, cut all of those. We said something, we went back. We put the, you know, we put the fees, and there's a bunch of other stuff that we've put back in. So, you know, we want our cake and we want to eat it too. We want to say, we want you to cut all these numbers out of the thing, but when you ask us, we don't want you to cut those. We want to put these things back and these things back. We can't have it both ways, right?
I mean, but it was the staff who recommended these FTEs based on the detailed knowledge that they have. So I think that only they can come back and say, well, if we need to get those FTEs done, this is where we can work.
Mr. Chairman, we've just spent this afternoon going through, taking this out and that out and that out, and then I asked the staff to go away and come back with a number. They have, and that's the number. So why are we saying, oh no, that's no bloody good, we want something else?
Because we think that they can find some more.
Yeah.
Try and find
And so
some.
if they come,
If we had been set at 22, and then we suggested 17. And we asked them to go find it. They found 17 for us. I mean, all we ask is have another look.
Yeah, it's actually a continuation of
they come back with 16.1, they can't do any more. Or if we're gonna, we'll have to take off all this stuff here. So my colleague said, we'll take this whole section of work out.
Deputy Mayor.
I just want to throw something else into the mix. Where else can we find money? So we in theory are receiving $5.7 million of better off funding. We already know that hasn't already been allocated yet for some of those projects.
It's all been contracted and signed up. It's all allocated.
But, okay, for an example, can that Hana Hōpori, the mobile vehicle, can that be paused for another 12 months? And we reallocate some of that funding? Like, there still must be ways that we can manoeuvre projects within the budgets that we've got. Because when we get this nice flash new vehicle going around the satellite communities, which is great, that's the reason it was in the budget, that is going to be seen as another extravagance.
So this is where this nub of the issue comes. So a lot of the things that we refer to, we've contracted. We've contracted the purchase of material. We've contracted people to deliver services. We had limited time frame, for example, with Better Off funding, that we had to agree the contracts with Department of Internal Affairs. They had to vet each project, which is why we can't then deviate what we're using the money for. And we had limited time to sign up and prove that we were going to execute those projects. We are one of the councils that have actually done that. So that's a good example. I think an example for you that you might want to think about is exactly the Murupara transfer station. So that's just added in 2 or 3% back into the rates. If it's not user pays, then it comes on the rates. So that's the kind of decision that we would like you to make. This is not our LTP, it's your LTP. So there's an example today that you need, that I would really encourage you as councillors to go back and have a further conversation about. We can go and do some further work and come back to you tomorrow and let you know where we're at in terms of the things that we think we can offer up or propose for you to consider. But we also had clear steer from you right the way through, we checked in a number of times and said, do you want to look at existing levels of service? Would you like us to do that? And you said no. So if that's the point where we're at and you want us to look into existing levels of service, we need to couch that, or as Gary said before, into any other existing sort of corporate mechanisms that we've got that don't affect outcomes. Particularly, it might be the way depreciation is funded, or various other corporate mechanisms we may have to be able to use to get the number down for you.
Just a bit of a bata around the Murupara transfer, that 3%, was that included in that point three?
Yep.
And that 16 point, that figure that you came back with, 16.1, 16.2?
No, it was on top of that. It would add back.
Came in at 16.1 and it would take it out to 16.4.
Oh, okay.
It would add back up to 16.4.
I should not go for it.
I agree with Councillor O'Brien. We started at 34. We came to us, we said no, 28, went to 22, and 22, we ended up at 17. And now you've come to us and asked for guidance and you've got it.
Well, we actually went to 15.1, offered you a budget in the 15s. You went back to 17 to consult on, and you added things back in to the consultation document.
Well,
And
then
we've
it
now-
should be easy then to get back to.
Well, you've
Point of clarification, it was 17.9 to 15.
17.1 down to 15.9.
15.9, sorry.
15.9 was the budget that we came to you with. A lot of the things that we then added back into the consultation budget are the things that we've talked about today.
We walked in this room, you asked for what you got. Is that okay? Or are we going to sit here all night and...
I think it's both. I think it's both, personally.
I mean, you'll come back
agree
with...
The second part of the recommendation here is where I'm struggling, but I agree that we can go away overnight,
Okay.
but we still need the conversation tomorrow.
Gary wanted more time.
Yeah. So let's agree to adjourn at
Really
this
prefer
point.
to. So tomorrow may be useful to have some conversations around the nature of the areas that you think are important and not important. There might be something in there that might be helpful to us. But I don't think that tomorrow we should be trying to identify this is in or this is out. I don't think that will, I'm trying to express, I don't think that will be helpful for me and my team at the moment. What I would suggest is that we be able to come back through UCE, come back, say Tuesday next week, saying, having taken the time to do it in a more structural way, going through the elements, thinking about some of the corporate movements, this is kind of what we could or couldn't do. And there may be things on there where you go, we don't want you to do that. That we don't want to go down to that level by taking that type of thing out. I think that that's where you will own what it is, but I think it would be better for us to frame that for you in a better way to begin with than just a random series of conversations where I'm trying to work out what the percentages are on the fly. That is quite dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your view, Gary?
Is there any chance we could tack it on to the end of our existing 1.5 hour workshop on Monday instead of losing another whole day?
Can we come back to you about the time? It could be a couple of hours. We'll come back to you. We'll have a look at the diary and come back to you about when it is. We've also got some time on Tuesday. And it also, again, comes back to the time of how much time does Gary's team need to do that work.
Councillor Dennis, got something to say?
Tuesday's not a really good day because that's when you've got your submissions to the regional council.
True.
We'll come back to you.
I'm not here on Wednesday. Not here Wednesday. We've got what, Monday at least?
Monday we're coming in anyway.
That's right, that's what I said.
Enough time for you, Gary. So do a briefing after your after time on Monday. Is what the team
And
says.
instead of coming tomorrow, can we not have that discussion?
I think what Gary's saying is he would prefer not to do tomorrow, to be able to use that time with his team.
I just saw
I'm not precluding councillors obviously having conversations in advance around what areas they think.
We've still got till 5 o'clock till our next meeting, so
We can keep talking about it.
we can.
I think we're going around in circles.
Yeah.
So how about we adjourn for 10 minutes now? Give us time to just get ourselves together about what the plan is, and then we'll come back together We adjourn for 15 minutes, come back, we'll give you the plan, and then we can finalise the
All right.
meeting.
Okay, adjourn for 15 minutes, we're back at
Thank you.
5 to 4.
Well, because I
Just make
to
it
be sitting
4.
around.
Welcome back, everybody. After a few discussions, we've decided to reopen the vote on the Murupara transfer station. I'll just ask members to indicate whether they will accept the management recommendations on the items 54 to 55. Could I please have a show of hands as to the individual positions?
What does that motion say, Sue?
What is
It's the submission on the Murupara transfer station that they noted fees and charges be introduced at the Murupara refuse station in alignment with those of Whakatane from the 1st of February 2025. So can I have a show of hands, please?
Hang on. Can that be, I think there was some discussion around an amendment to how that was.
Oh, I think, councillor, you were talking about that, in addition to that being overturned from the previous indication, that it be set as a pilot for 12 months with some education put in place with the community, so the community and iwi are more engaged with the outcomes.
Yes. And that the iwi and the community be involved as part of that review of that pilot.
Yes.
Just say, first of all, I think that's a great idea, so we can review it properly. The other thing is that we're lucky these are indicative votes, not formal votes, because you can't do a second vote on the same issue if it's not.
Yeah, suspension of standing orders. Okay, with that addition, that a pilot will be undertaken with the intention of educating the community on what's going on, could we please have a show of hands? Okay. I'll now hand back to staff to give us an idea of where they've come to. I'm just handing it back to the floor back to you.
Yep, so
I think
that brings us to the end of the report.
Okay.
From our perspective, the final resolute recommendation has now been satisfied with that guidance. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you all for your energy and discussion today. Okay, we do have another item of business here. On their climate change report, just as a procedural matter, I want to put the motion that the council receives the tabled recommendations from the climate change steering group that we received previously. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Yeah, and that includes receiving the report. So we're all okay with that?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so thank you all for your energy and discussion today. We're closing the deliberations meeting today to allow staff to come back with adjustments. We invite interested members of the public to attend the Energy, Environment and Resilience meeting on the 31st, committee meeting that is, on the 31st of May, where we will be considering the final LTP to go to audit. So I thank you all. I thank staff for their hard work and councillors for conducting themselves in exemplary fashion. Councillor Rangiapo.
Come lately. Well, maybe very fast. First and foremost, and I'd like to thank the councillors when it first came up earlier today, because I got you to shift in the thinking, and also taking on board the impact of what 0.3% looks like in terms of rating, and it coming back to Councillor Pula. Thank you, Councillor, for reminding me of our position when we were throwing numbers out there. You know, 15.2, councillors, I don't know what's going on here. What is the reasoning behind all these different numbers? And I went 15.2, only to realise that earlier I had asked the councils
to review the Murupara transfer, staff went away, came back with 6.1 or 6.2 to bring it down to that. So to come back with a suggestion around a pilot plan for the 12 months would still incorporate the communication that needs to help with the Murupara community and with the iwi, because it really, I felt it was really based on that. That was a recommendation that had not come before us inside of what was given to us. But in hindsight, if it means that the rates come down and to support and a step forward, then thank you. Thank you, fellas, for that. And the other thing is, also, the invitation is still open for councillors to come up and have a barbecue at Murupara so you can see the facilities. Hey. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say.
Kia ora. Well, thank you everyone. Thanks to the members of the public as well. And if I can ask Councillor O'Brien to close with the karakia, please.
I'll be whakakapi tēnei o tātou rangotira tēnā o toi. Tātou i o tātou whai o tātou wari i karaiti. O tātou i te whiwhinga tahitanga i te wari o tātou. Amen.
Everybody, thank you. Thank you to the members of the gallery. Thank you for hanging in there.
Thank you to our chair.